Associate General Counsel for the UROC. Try that again. Gage Hansen, Associate General Counsel for the UROC tribe.
Good morning, Jeff Hampton. I'm a Regional Development Officer with Business Oregon, the state economic development agency.
Sure. Kyle Stevens. So I'm Commissioner for the Port of Coos Bay, part of Ocean, and my day job is with New Sun Energy.
All right. So now I'm going to go to folks online, and I'll just call you out if I see Turner and Trevor have been trying to identify kind of the roundtable members with the little RT in the front. And so if you're an agency or a roundtable member, go ahead and feel free to rename yourself if we haven't found you yet. So I'll start off with Carrie Silva, and then Alicia, and then Julia.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. I really wanted to. Anyway, Carrie Silva, and I've been in the fishing industry with my husband for 40 years, and I'm also a commissioner on the Oregon Trawl Commission.
Good morning, everyone. Alicia Chapman. I'm the founder of Willamette Technical Fabricators. We're a transportation and clean energy infrastructure manufacturing company. I'm also the principal investigator for several projects for the Department of Energy's Wind Energy Technology Office, focused on improving the competitiveness of U.S. manufacturing for the new floating offshore wind market.
Excuse me. Julia DeGraw, she, her pronouns. I am the Senior West Coast Campaign Manager on the Offshore Wind Energy team at the National Wildlife Federation based in Portland. And I too very much wanted to be there today. I'm very sorry I wasn't able to make it. So thank you.
And then let's say get Scott McMullen, Kevin Howard, and Don Barlow.
Good morning, Scott McMullen, Oregon Fishermen's Cable Committee in Astoria.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Howard. I am the principal consultant for Climate Change is Everything, which is a climate risk management and sustainability advisory service for the financial services industry. And I'm coming in from the Oregon coast just north of Lincoln City. Wish I could have made it down, but literally I'm closing on my house today, if you could believe that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dawn Barlow. I'm with Oregon State University and the Marine Mammal Institute, and likewise, happy to join online, but wish I could be there in person.
All right, then let's get Bill, Casey, and then Josh.
Hi, I'm Bill Gorham. I'm a retired marine biologist and a resident of Brookings.
Hi, I'm Casey McLean, Offshore Wind Policy Manager at Renewable Northwest.
Good morning, everyone. Joshua Bassifin, Clean Energy Program Director at Climate Solutions.
And then let's get Kelly Coates, and then Gina, and then David.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kelly Coates. I'm the Director of Natural Resources for the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians.
Morning, everyone. My name is Gina Carter. I'm the Oregon Coast and Marine Director with the Nature Conservancy, and I apparently have adopted a frog in my throat, so you're probably glad I'm not in the room.
Hey, Gina, you said I'd have to speak for you today. You did great.
Oh, thanks, man.
You got it. David.
Good morning, everybody. My name is David Petrie. I'm a Coos elder enrolled in the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Umpqua, Sayusla Indians, and chairman of Ocean Winds, living here in Coos Bay, Oregon.
Great. And then let's go with Dean, and then John Shad.
Hi, everyone. Dean Apostle, retired landscape architect, or mostly retired landscape architect up in Damascus, Oregon, with expertise and interest in scenic resource conservation and visual impacts.
Good morning. This is John Shad, Model Power Transmission Services, Customer Service Engineering in Eugene, Oregon.
Okay. And then let's go Scott Kent, and then Jenny.
Hi, Scott Kent, Port of Umpqua in Reedsport, Oregon.
Jenny Jones, you with us?
Yes. I'm sorry I can't get my camera to work. I am a resident of North Bend and really happy to be here with you all.
Great. And then Caitlin and then Laura. Laurel, sorry.
Morning, everyone. I also can't get my camera to work. Caitlin Barnes, I'm a senior scientist and environmental planner at Stantec Environmental Consulting in Portland.
Hi, everybody. Laurel Hillman, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department.
Nice. And then let's have Marcus come on. And then this is all I'm seeing on the screen at this point. So I'll go to Andy and Trevor, or anybody else, see if I'm missing anybody.
Yeah, good morning. This is Marcus. I'm the director of the Oregon Coast Visitors Association.
And then Andrea or Andrea.
Good morning. I also can't seem to get my camera to work. Andrea Summerall with the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians Natural Resource Department, sitting in for our director, Angela Sondanoff, who couldn't be with us today.
Glad to have you. And then Deanna, I see you come up. Part of it is we're doing introductions for roundtable members, agencies, and tribes. But I see you. Do you want to just say hi real quick? Just in case you're kind of part of those three? Nope. Okay.
No, I'm Deanna Schaefer from the City of Reedsford. I'm the city manager here.
Okay, great. Nice to have you. Am I missing anybody online? Hey, Carlin, thank you. Yeah, feel free to raise your hand, and what that does is it pops you up onto the screen, and I can see you.
Hey everyone, I'm Carlin Yallop. I'm Wasco Pum-Yakima. I'm at the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission.
Kelly Andrews?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kelly Andrews. I am the offshore wind lead for science research at NOAA's Northwest Fisheries Science Center.
Sarah Stevens, then Jay Trost.
Hi, everyone. Sarah Stevens with the Southwestern Oregon Workforce Investment Board and also a Coos Bay City Councilor.
Jay, go for it. We got you on mute, though. There you
Yeah,
go.
there you go, sir. Jay Trost, Curry County Commissioner. Thank you for allowing me to attend.
And then Delia, and then Valerie.
Morning, everyone. Julia Kelly, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife.
And hello, my name is Valerie Thompson. I'm with Oregon DEQ. I am a water quality certification specialist focusing on mostly hydropower, but connecting with the group on offshore wind for water quality purposes. Thanks.
All right, Steph.
Good morning, everyone. I am Stephanie Stavrikas. I'm with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service out of the Portland, Oregon office. I am the regional coordinator for all things alternative energy, including offshore wind. Thanks for hosting it online as well as in person. Sorry, I'm not there.
Great. Am I missing anybody? Anybody feel missed?
Maybe Hannah from BPA.
Don't be shy. Just throw those hands up right away. Yeah, go for it, Hannah.
Hey, I keep clapping instead of raising my hand. Sorry. Hannah Dondi Kaplan with Bonneville Power Administration. I cover Oregon government, legislative affairs, and energy policy.
Nice. Joe and then Julie.
Joe Beaudreau, here as a citizen and as a Florence City Councilor.
Welcome. Julie.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving us the Zoom link to participate. I can't be with you in person, but I would very much want to be. I'm Julie Sees from Coos Tribal Council for the Confederated Tribes of the Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Sayusa Indians. And thank you, everyone, for what you've done to bring us together today.
Glad you're here, Julie. Okay. Really the last call this time. Anybody else we're missing? Andy, Trevor, anybody? So Maggie Dower with the Navy is sitting in. Thank you, Maggie. Sorry you're having mic problems. But feel free to grab that chat, and then Trevor will grab it. All right. So for today, we've got a couple main purposes for today. Like if we're wildly successful by the time we let you out of here at 5 o'clock, there's a couple things we're going to do. One, we're going to keep you safe and comfortable. So make sure you're watching whether anything you guys need in terms of jetting out of here early, staying over another night, whatever you need to do. We sent out the ODOT trip checks. Just take care of yourselves and take care of your family, okay? We need you around for another 8 months for sure. So take care of yourselves that way. We'll have coffee and tea, so please make yourself comfortable that way. Restrooms are right out of the way. The three other things we really want to make sure we do, one is kind of finish some of the formational work of the Roadmap Roundtable group. We really want to walk out of today knowing which conversations we need to have for the next few months. So Jeff is going to walk us through kind of that roadmap outline. We sent out the meeting packet in advance. It looks like we may have run through most of our copies, hard copies. If you need a hard copy, please catch one of the facilitation team and we'll find a way to do that for you. Otherwise, it's up on the DLCD Offshore Wind Roadmap webpage, and you can pull it up on a laptop or your other device. But we want to go through that outline. We also, from the last time, a small group got together and put together a charter for the group. And that also went out in the meeting packet. And it looks like we went through copies of those too. So if you need a copy of the draft charter, we'll make some more of those. And then the other key piece that we want to try and do today is work through visions of the future. And we're going to ask you to really consider two alternative futures. A future where there are wind turbines off the coast of Oregon, and a future where there are not wind turbines off the coast of Oregon. And you're happy with either of those. That's going to be tricky, right? You all have your own ideas on what you want for the future. But what we're really going to ask you today is to think of those two alternative futures and what would be the characteristics that would make you okay with either of those two futures. And then we're going to ask you about what were the key conversations or decisions that happened along the way that led to one of those two futures, or both of those two futures, actually. And that idea, by the end of the day today, is we'll come out with a list of all the kinds of things we need to be talking about over the next couple months as part of the roadmap. Does that sound what you expected to chat about today? Okay. All right. Then the other piece that we'll get through is you asked us for meeting dates, kind of going through the rest of the time together. We have proposed those. They're at the bottom of your agenda. We are already changing it on you just a little bit. December 18th, we're proposing to change to December 19th. So check that in your calendars right now. Don't tell me about it. We'll come back towards the end of the meeting and make sure that that doesn't cause any conflicts. But we just discovered that December 18th, we accidentally dropped on top of another big meeting in Coos Bay. And so we're going to hold that December 19th meeting in Coos Bay. All right. Let's see. And then also in the meeting packet, you asked us for kind of a meeting arc of like, what are some of the key topics we're going to be talking about over the next couple months? That meeting arc is still fluid. A lot of today is going to shape that. But for example, we're anticipating December is going to talk a lot about three key things. What are the environmental effects? What are the human effects? And what's the pathway to development? And what are our concerns? What are the uncertainties? What are the risks under each of those three categories? So we're going to roll up our sleeves and dive right on into that in mid-December. Okay. We have lunch. We're going to feed you. Sophia, let's check in terms of numbers. If we can offer to feed everybody or need to send some of our broader community to the restaurant next door, but either way, we'll get a chance to get you fed. I do really want to welcome our friends from Mapleton High School. We're really excited that you're here today. so much of these conversations, they're impacting what your children are going to do. And so we're going to find, and this is also just a reminder, there's going to be tons of ways to engage in this roadmap effort. This is just the roundtable. This is just one way. We're going to be having lots of engagement with the broader community. There's going to be focus group conversations. There's been a real intention to try and engage youth voices as well in a way that you want and in a form that you design. So we'll circle back around. Hopefully, if you guys are willing, let's have a conversation at some point on what that could look like. But that's just a reminder that the roundtable is just one way to engage in this work. Okay. Jeff, any other kind of openings work before I pass it to you to start talking a little bit about outline? Yeah, Trevor, I think this is a good time to start sharing screen. And if you could advance to the slide that's got the QR code there, slide number 2, and just hit slideshow for me. So we'll have 2 public comment periods. And so if you're online and are interested in making a comment, we'll pause right before lunch and give you an opportunity. But this QR code and the Google form link, for any of us, anytime, if you have a question or want to make a public comment, we'd encourage you to just go ahead and do that. Don't wait for the public comment period. Just go ahead and put it right on into our Google form, and we'll be able to capture that. Roundtable folks, any questions as we get started? Yeah. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. You guys are going to have to check me on this one. I'm so used to just saying, yeah, go for it. Our friends online aren't going to hear you unless you use the mic. Here you go, Jason.
So I'm sorry I didn't make the first meeting. I was curious. I noticed there are a lot of agency personnel listed, but not BOEM. I'm kind of curious about that.
Where's Jeff? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Jason, to your question of where is BOEM? At this point in the process, we wanted to establish this as an Oregon process, that we wanted to start off from the position of really understanding what are our needs and the path that we want to follow moving forward. We are anticipating that at some point we want to bring BOEM into the conversation. And I think one of the conversations we can have as a group here is the best way and context to do that in. And in the meantime, we are planning to re-engage with BOEM and to have those discussions as well with them about what is the process for us moving forward. But in the meantime, these meetings are entirely open to anybody who wants to listen and learn and participate in that way. And BOEM would be no different if they wanted to come and listen and learn from this group.
Great. Thanks, Jeff. I'm going to hand it, you may as well just keep the mic. I'm going to hand it to you. Just remember it looks like the video cuts out here and cuts out here. So like there or there is an awesome place to stand. If you see,
I can't see anything at the moment.
Hold on just a second. If you can just pull down the meeting a little bit.
Put a sticky note on the floor.
I will. I'm going to just take 3 steps forward and you're good. And just as a reminder on kind of ground rules for working together today, there's just really 2. All right, if you remember from November 1st, for us extroverts in the room, it's why am I talking? Just remember that. For us introverts in the room, why am I not talking? Both reasons have a very good reason to exist. And so just be mindful of how much you're offering. Folks who are processing, give that space to process. But if you've got a really good idea in your head, we really want to hear that. And then the second one is really leaning into curiosity. Someone might say something that you disagree with, as Jesse was opening with us. We want disagreements that are short and fruitful. I love that, right? It's like disagreement is good, and let's make sure it's productive as well. All right, Jeff, all yours.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. You can move forward one. Again, good morning, everybody. I'm Jeff Burright, coordinating the roadmap here. And the first topic we'd like to talk about today is to revisit this question of the outline for the roadmap itself. I think it's going to help us structure the conversations that we're going to be having over the next 8 or so months. And it's also going to be a good guide for DLCD as we are developing this roadmap where we need to be focusing our attention. It's also going to help us, hopefully today as a group, identify where we may need to break off some chunks of that outline into working groups that can go a little bit deeper into some of those topics. Next slide, please. I don't remember where. Okay. So at our kickoff meeting on November 1st, we provided, I'll call it the short version of our outline. It was at a discussion level that was broken into 5 general sections, and we opened it up for conversation with you all to see what we were missing. And we got a lot of good feedback about things that were missing in that outline. We also had a survey that went out to the Roundtable members after that meeting, seeking some additional written feedback from folks who maybe just thought a little bit better with time. I know I'm one of those people. So we took all of that feedback and applied it to that discussion level outline, as well as took the opportunity to flesh it out a little bit, to go that next level deeper in detail. And I'm hoping that what you saw in the meeting packet that went out to you a week ago is that the new version of the outline is both broader and deeper. And I'm hoping that you see your interest reflected in it. And what I'm hoping for out of the discussion today, we have just under an hour, is to review that outline and gather anything that we missed, or if there's anything that you want to bring up in what you've seen in the revision that you want to talk about, now would be a good time to try to, given that the conversation is going to be a product that we capture in this roadmap, and so it's subject to change, but let's get the best picture we can of what we're actually building here out of today. Next, please. So while there was a lot of new detail in the outline that you all saw, we also received a lot of feedback that I wasn't sure how to fit into the outline, but that I thought was worth capturing and worth bringing forward to this group. And so I just wanted to spend a couple of minutes talking about those things that we heard as additional feedback that I think will fit into this conversation somewhere, but maybe just not in the outline itself. We received a lot of suggestions related to specific policy recommendations or areas of effects that people want to make sure that we talk about when we get to those conversations of talking about effects. Some examples would be visual resource effects, or effects to species, or effects to archaeological and cultural resources. People were just flagging those to say, let's make sure that we include those, and we agree. There were some specific recommendations for waypoints along the way of the future. For example, that there should be a programmatic environmental impact statement. That kind of feedback is going to fit really well in this afternoon's discussion when we are creating our maps of the future and what are those waypoints along the way. So that's going to be a good place for that kind of feedback to live. As we've heard this morning, the recommendation to bring BOEM into this process at some point, so there can be some mutual learning about how their process would move forward, what their intentions are, and for them to be understanding how this conversation is evolving. There was a recommendation that all Roundtable members read the state's federal consistency decision from this summer, and that was in your packet in the enforceable policy piece. So there was a link there. If you haven't read it yet, it might give you a good sense of how the state uses the lever that we do have. There was a recommendation to include a SWOT analysis somewhere in the roadmap, and we can talk about how that might fit. A request to clarify the intersection of the roadmap with the federal policies and the local policies. And just really quickly, I can say that the federal policies are part of the overall process, but not within the scope of the roadmap. However, local policies are within the state's coastal management program. Local policies are state enforceable policies. And so we do think that the local applicable policies have a place in the roadmap. And Cynthia later on today is going to mention some work that we're doing with local governments. There is a recommendation to coordinate with OPAC, the Science Technical Advisory Committee. We're working on that as well. You can just barely see it here. Someone wanted us to clarify the purpose of this roadmap. Is it a decision-making document? Are we choosing between the two alternatives? And my perspective would be, we aren't. What we are doing is identifying our best path forward, and we're not sure where that path ends. But are there conversations that we can have? Are there steps that we can take toward either future? And that's how I see it, at least. Next, please. I told you we got a lot of feedback, and not all of it. So there's more. So clarifying the role of the roundtable regarding the assessment of state policies. We'll talk about that later on today as well. We should talk about what pieces of that strategic planning part of the outline belong with the big group versus things that we break off to smaller groups to then come report back. We should talk about when information is adequate to move to the next step in the process. Laying out our decision process, the regulatory disconnect between what's offshore and what's onshore we should be addressing. There was a request to interrogate whether offshore wind is green energy when accounting for its full life cycle, and how we deal with the timeline or the sequence for offshore wind, and then whether Oregon can participate in the development of offshore wind in other states as one of the paths forward. Next, please. I think that was all. Yeah, okay. So we can back it up. So I just wanted to spend some time acknowledging those things that if you made a comment and you were wondering why you didn't see it in the outline, just that we heard it, we're thinking about how to incorporate it, but that the outline that you've all seen is really trying to focus on what are those conversation topics that are going to fit within that roadmap structure. And with this, I think the time that we have might be best spent just opening it up to feedback as people have read that outline and see, are there things that we have missed or things that we should be talking about some more?
Great. Thank you, Jeff. Other kinds of feedback or things that you didn't see up on Jeff's list? This is our outline, right? So everything in this outline that tells Jeff and me is like, we should queue that up for more conversation over the next couple months. If it's not in there, then we don't know how to have a conversation on it. And for folks online, feel free to go ahead and raise your hands as well. And then I'll turn to Trevor and Turner to bring you into the conversation too. And if you wouldn't mind, just as you grab the mic, just introduce yourself again too, just so folks start learning who we all are.
Thanks. My name is Mike Grable from Charleston, and my background is in marine biology. And one thing I observed about the outline right now is it has a very clear focus on the mechanics of offshore wind, how the technology works, what's involved in that technology. But that's a technology that will be deployed into the ocean. And right now, the outline doesn't really set a context for how the ocean works. So I think it might be important to develop an understanding of the setting in which this technology would take place. And I didn't see that element in the outline, that we should understand how the ocean works so that when we develop an understanding of how this technology works, we can then have a better dialogue about how the technology will interact with the ocean.
Thank you, Mike.
My name is Ann Velisis, president of the Kalmiopsis Audubon Society. I wanted to just drill down to one of the parts, part 4, section 1, which is about protecting the environment. 1.4, you specify that we need to talk about the role of marine spatial planning for protecting the environment. And I think I would like to see that elevated to not so much the role of it, but that there is a need for more robust spatial planning than what BOEM had done. I think a lot of us felt uncomfortable with the way that happened thus far. So I would like to see that it's more like a need for more robust spatial planning, marine spatial planning, than just to discuss it.
Thanks.
And it looks like online we have Carlin.
Yeah, hey. It's typically cultural species aren't priority, and I would like a discussion on species amongst the roundtable members and what's important to us and why, and so that's it.
And Carlin, is that animal and plants, yeah?
Yeah, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Here, Natalia, Department of State Land. So the first just clarifying question. So this outline, it would be like report as a final version, yeah, in the end.
Yes, the outline will inform the roadmap document.
Okay, yeah. So and then yeah, I like it. It's like so many things here. Just one comment. Part 1 introduction. So number 3, current status of offshore wind in Oregon. So we are talking about Oregon's, but then we have 3.2 global overview and markets overview national and the West Coast. So, but the main chapter status in Oregon. So, and it's kind of like national overview and global overview, lost it in the status of Oregon. So I'm wondering if we can, let's say, rename maybe overview of the offshore wind market as a chapter. And then Oregon, we have like 3.1, we can have overview globally, nationally. And then we talk about Oregon, because that it would be easy to connect in the end challenges and opportunity from the global, national to local in Oregon. So this is just my remark.
Okay, thank you. I think the intent is to catch a reader of the roadmap up to the story up to now. And that would include the story globally, nationally, and here in Oregon.
Jeff, we've got a comment in the chat from Jenny Jones. So what is the environmental impact doing kind of under normal operations, a serious weather event, during construction, and a catastrophic event? And then Jenny also had a request, and Jenny, this is a great thing to go ahead and put into that Google form, which is, could we see any footage of offshore wind farms that are already in operation, similar to the ones being considered on the Oregon coast, right? So there's that request that we put out there for November 8th of like any information needs, right? Information needs you need to operate as a roundtable member, but just information needs the roadmap might need. So Jenny, that's a great kind of request to put in the question box.
Yeah, thank you. And to your point about, we're not just talking about offshore wind operating under optimal circumstances. We're also wanting to think about those non-normal events, or how can the roadmap be responsive to the risk of things going how we don't expect, whether how we respond to failure or how we respond to accidents, and to what extent can Oregon, in planning our future and thinking about the policies that we have in place, how can we be prepared for those, non-normal situations as well? So there was also a segment that got added based on some feedback we received about accountability. I thought that was a really interesting suggestion, and we added that into the outline as well.
So Jeff, I'm curious for the outline from this, kind of the feedback you gotten from this group. What feels like it's logically like holding together really well, or places where it could go one way or the other? And I guess that's a question back to the roundtable I have for you all too, is you wanted to make sure your particular issues were in there, but is kind of the story arc kind of emerging in a way that makes sense? Like if this turns into a document in 8 months, you kind of see the story starting to come together. Are you feeling pretty confident about what's in there, or there's stuff that you're like, oh, I don't know?
You're making me think on the spot. You know, a lot of the stuff that I'm seeing in here
It's
is
not
stuff
gonna be the
that,
last time.
yeah, well, it's stuff that I can't write by myself. And that's
Sure.
why we need this group to help us understand things. Yeah, I could just run down the list where there's a lot of input that we're going to need to make sure that as we are developing this, that it is inclusive of the values and interests and needs in Oregon.
Nice. I see Ramphis has the mic, and then Rick had his hand up, and then I see Mike raised his hand here in just a second. And if you just remember, just say who you are as you say hi.
Hi, Ramphis Gentino, Viatoro with Blue Green Alliance, again, national organization, work with labor and environmental groups, aim to address our environmental challenges while creating good quality jobs. The thing, reviewing the outline that I think is a bit missing, which I think is important context, is just our lens on climate change. So I think that is kind of the North Star in addition to just the energy needs and energy goals. But I think the important context and scenario here is, what does a future look like where right now we're trying to address the sort of 2 degrees Celsius change? What does that look like if it's 3 degrees Celsius change or 4 degrees? So I think those are things within the context that I think might be important as we're reviewing solutions, whether it's in the near term or in the long-term future.
Thank you. Yeah, when I think about a question like that in the context of offshore wind in Oregon specifically, I think about it in the sense that if we develop offshore wind off of Oregon, we're not going to prevent that necessarily. You know, we're not going to single-handedly dial down what the degree change is. What we are going to be doing, if this moves forward, is introducing something human into an ocean environment that is changing, and a human environment that is changing in response to those different scenarios. And so we can be thinking about that as part of it as well.
Oh, get your mic.
And if I could just add, like in that scenario, 3-4, degrees Celsius change, that assumes other scenarios about our landscape throughout Oregon. We're talking about a declining snowcap, declining sort of energy generation. What we would assume would be from our crutch from systems like hydro facilities. So I know we can't go super in depth in every sort of scenario. I like your framing about adding another human element into the ocean. I think the climate change question sort of helps us sort of think about scenario planning in the future about these urgent questions of what is it impacting the ocean, but also impact Oregon-wide.
Nice. Thanks. And the way I see it, there is this parallel effort happening in the state with the state energy strategy, where I don't see the role of the Offshore Wind Roadmap to decide Oregon's energy mix. We are really staying focused on what is Oregon's best path in regards to offshore wind. But your point is well taken that changes that happen in the environment can affect the available power that Oregon might have, for instance, from the dams. But I would see that as kind of outside the scope of what we're trying to do here, and where we might need to have some interconnections with the Oregon energy strategy.
And then just Rick, if you don't mind, if you feel comfortable, if you could stand up, the folks online can figure out who's speaking better. And then Jeff, you, me, and Ramphis are like just on the edge of visible. So yeah, there you go.
Rick Ike, is this on? Okay. Rick Ike said, CT Clusi. One just comment in section 4, some of the sections end with like recommended actions. There's another section that says like recommended actions and policies. I think every section should end with recommended policies and actions.
Okay.
You know, like it's surprising there's not recommendations in the protecting the environment section. The other section I would add to each of those under section 4 is needed studies. I think one of the things the grid work report in Oregon did very well is it's really clear what the missing data is and what studies are. And I would hope this group in each one of the sections identified in part 4 could identify, you know, for the environment, for socioeconomics, for development, what are the studies that are needed? And I know it's kind of buried in that, but I think it needs to be clear in the outline. We're going to come up with recommended studies and we're going to come up with recommended policies and actions. And then just a quick comment to a point Ramfis raised. I think the tribe would agree with your comment. I think the roadmap can identify if offshore wind is really a solution to climate in Oregon, and if so, you know, what are the constraints or some ideas to constraints? Is the number that BOEM threw down realistic, or should it be something, you know, more or less?
Mike, did you still want the mic? You're good? Okay, then let's go Karina and then up here.
Thanks. Good morning. Karina Nielsen, Oregon Sea Grant. You know, I think this conversation around the context of climate change is kind of an important one, and it's also a hard one. And part of the problem is that we're not going to solve climate change for Oregon in Oregon alone. And that's part of the tension here in this conversation. Oregon alone will not move the needle, but we have goals like to decarbonize the energy system that require us to adopt some approach if we're going to contribute to the global problem of climate change. So I do think there's some nuance there that is relevant, but I understand that you're trying to keep the focus on if we go with offshore wind in Oregon, what should that look like? And if we don't, what should that look like? And what might be the consequences? But I do think it's important to acknowledge that that's a framework that we're participating in some way.
And
whether it's here in offshore wind or if it's in the energy strategy or other things that are going on in the policy environment for the state. I don't know if that helps. It's not necessarily a recommendation. It's just sort of trying to help people grapple with that because it's a scale problem.
Well, and I wonder too, Jeff, it came up at the November 1st meeting, is this idea of capturing those tensions, those dilemmas, the things that need to get grappled with. Like this just seems one of those that is context setting for the beginning, maybe. Here, and then I've got somebody online too.
Yeah, this is Joe Liebesite with Bird Alliance of Oregon. And this is partly in response to Rick's comment about that this group needs to bring together the science, figure out the gaps. And I just want to recognize, and it was up on your additional points, is that there is that charge already with the Science and Technical Advisory Council of OPAC, Ocean Policy Advisory Council, which Karina is in charge of. So I just want to make sure there's those connections are being drawn between the different people here and make sure we are efficient about making sure that, you know, things that people think we need are already or there's already a plan, I guess, and making sure we have those connections and people understand all that. And I hope that during the course of these months of doing that, that'll all come together, but it's a pretty complicated process just looking at the outline. So I'll stop there.
Yeah. Thank you, Joe. And thank you for bringing that up, because something that I've also been observing over the past few months of being involved in this is there are many groups out there right now who all have an interest in developing that research agenda, both in states, but also regionally. Washington is working on it. California is working on it. We're thinking about how do we do it as a Pacific region, and who is the right entity to be bringing that together and coming up with the list. And do we have multiple lists that overlap? Is it the purpose of this roadmap to have us in this room come up with the list? I'm not sure that it is, but if we can be identifying and directing the path to get to the list and making sure to say the list has to include these things, that can be a way that we can be participating in that without having to necessarily be the center of gravity.
All right, and we've got a good stack of folks, and then also as a volunteer, I love to do auctioneering. So like when I see a hand go like that, like bam. So sorry, I saw that with you. I thought you were raising your hand. I see Nick's got who's got the mic now, Nick? All right, and then I've got a couple folks online here to go to after Nick.
Hi, I'm Nick Edwards from Coos Bay. A few of us in the room here, we went with the governor's staff and we went out to Aberdeen, Scotland to view the offshore wind farms. And I think for needed studies, maybe somebody could put in the link, like Andy Lanier can put in the link, that we had Professor Beth Scott from the University of Aberdeen to make a presentation for us on marine ecology. She's the only one in the world that's doing research inside offshore wind farms, and it was very informative to our delegation. So if that could be put in the chat, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. And we have that resource library that we're trying to put together as well. If it's okay, Jason, hold on to that mic for now. I'm going to go online and then come back into the room. All right, Julia first, and then I'll read some of the chats as well.
Yeah, thank you. Julia DeGraw, National Wildlife Federation. What I was going to say was actually largely kind of covered by what you mentioned, Jeff, already. And I'm not sure that this has to be fully like captured in the timeline per se. But yeah, there's you know, a lot of work going on in California that I think we could be learning from, and we kind of also don't want to be unaware of what's going on there, and how like we want to make sure that like whatever it is we're doing in Oregon kind of dovetails, or we can maybe be learning from them too. They passed a strategic plan for offshore wind in California that had a really involved process. So this might be something for the resource library, but also might be something where it might be interesting to get presentations from folks that were involved in that process, and like lessons learned, or maybe just for staff at DLCD to have those conversations and bring that learning into this space. But yeah, I think that the more that we can be cognizant of how we're tracking on some level, whether it's just staff or bring it into the larger space, the kind of Western region contextual environment, the better this is going to be.
And Jeff, we have a comment online from Gina Carter with Nature Conservancy that is similarly like helping to collaborate with Washington and California in terms of regional approach to planning, learning, and research. Also in her comment, really looking at the land-sea connection was important, and the need to identify kind of key species habitats of concern now. And then scroll down just a little bit for me, Trevor. And kind of looking at that development onshore and estuary impacts. Jason, do you have the mic?
Hey, I do have the mic.
All right.
Can people hear me? Okay, that's good. You know, somewhere between the climate change points that were raised and the regional lens that was just raised is where I was going to try to connect some threads. I mean, I don't think we'd be here but for climate change, but there's a few other close competitors that would maybe still bring us here. And those are bound up in climate change, I guess, depending on what thread you want to pull at. But I always kind of describe the power grid right now, and the dynamics at play are driven by three things: extraordinary load growth from our consumption patterns, mostly tied to the internet and the tech sector. There's other components of that, especially when you're talking about the West Coast, a region that is growing at a rapid pace, just population-wise, relative to other portions of the country, I would say. That is increasing demand on our power grid, right? And that is kind of but for climate change. Then you have extreme weather, which is, you know, threatening, like physically knocking down power lines or turning off power lines into winter storms or wildfires, right? So those are kind of tied to climate change, impacting the power grid, impacting everything we do to keep our hospitals going and everybody safe and our whole modern life, right? And then we have all these clean energy policies too, But the third, maybe fourth leg of this is economics. And in a lot of instances, renewables are cleaner. The EVs are proposing to save people gasoline budgets out of their wallets, right? So people are, and that's more demand on the system yet, right? And so it's kind of like this dynamic force that we're bound up in. And a lot of it is related to climate change. A lot of it is related to just straight up good old fashioned property rights, capitalism, and economics. And that's kind of the full context. So I don't know how much we need to go in those pieces, you know, in our contextual setting, but some of those pieces are laid out here. So I don't know how we, you know, address climate change in this report, but it's kind of like got some black and white tentacles immersed through this whole thing. So.
And online, and then Lauren, I'll come to you. Dean had just had a comment that was really around the kind of the range of renewable energy and the role of offshore wind in that larger context. So this idea of how do you interlock the state plans, right, between what the state energy strategy and the roadmap are doing, or the what are the broader climate change goals and what the roadmap is doing. So a couple folks are kind of pointing to that need for those intersections and interlocks. Lauren?
Lauren Bowling, local director for the Ironworkers, Local 29. In section 6, just adding enforcement for the labor standards. I think that's being omitted as of now. I think as well under section 6, just really having a discussion around what the different groups affected by potential development for offshore wind would include, you know, specifically here, looking at the fishing industry, the tribes, and other communities that are centered here. And I really hope we have a robust conversation around that and what folks would like to see out of a potential community benefit agreement.
Thank you. Yeah.
So coming back to climate changes, because at least 4 people already mentioned, I think I also like comments that you mentioned about ocean conditions, because, and that could be a good combination, climate change with understanding environmental in which floating offshore wind operating, because this floating offshore wind technology were never tested in the Pacific Ocean. So we need to understand the environmental where we operate. And maybe it would be just good idea to add in the introduction, whereas we have this status of offshore wind in Oregon, kind of, I don't know, you can name it like Pacific Ocean conditions or environmental. And here we can consider climatic change or meteorological conditions that could be easily incorporated for next chapter and alternative future. What if, for example, sea level will rise? How we will operate, how it will affect, or temperature, or you mentioned wind speed, so how much power we will get, and etc. Because even, let's say, sea level rise, how the infrastructure will be, let's say, cable landing, and etc. And different points. So that maybe we can incorporate those together.
Yeah.
That's just idea.
Thinking about how will I construct a model that looks at all and put that in the roadmap. I think of the roadmaps, the opportunity in the roadmap is to find out those pieces that are part of our path forward, those things that we need to take as our next steps. And if understanding or making sure that any future decisions about offshore wind include how the underlying environment might change, and making sure that the state's decision-making thinks about those things, I think could be like, you know, one of those ideas of a path forward recommendation that finds its way into agencies like yours and mine.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's good for future funding. If whatever we will apply in the future to do some additional research to understand conditions and climatic change in the future. It's not we are doing like climate change projection. Yeah, but.
So a tie-in to the research agenda concept as well. I hear you.
Maybe we'll take like 1 or 2 more comments. And then Jeff, I do want to give us like 5 or so minutes just to make sure we're wrapping this in a way that folks like, yeah, this feedback plus the outline, that gives us our kind of go forths. Yeah.
Ann Velisis again, and I actually
Okay.
want to make I have a different hat as well, which is I'm a city council member and the mayor-elect of Port Orford. And just want to say something from a community perspective, adding on to the section that was said about section 6. We have in here the idea of communities, but there is a lack of clarity about communities of interest and communities of place. And I don't see here, you know, that explicitly there's something about how are we going to deal with local communities. So just want to, meaning communities of place, people that live in communities in places where this technology could come. And it seems like we need to have something in there about that.
Thank you. Yeah, that whole strategic element concept for the roadmap, I want to ask those same questions of how do we identify the who, and then what are the right structures of how people organize, how the conversations happen, who needs to be the convener of those conversations, what are the outcomes people are looking for. There's a lot to talk about around there that I think could be good fodder for this group and maybe even a working group within this group to drill down into.
Hi, Coos County Commissioner Rod Taylor. I don't know if it's been mentioned since we arrived a little bit after the start of this event here, but you know, we a couple of weeks ago, we saw a 60% yes vote in Coos County that our constituents want us to work against offshore wind energy. Primarily, I think the concerns are that number one, it's going to have obviously a deleterious effect on our fishing grounds. Number two, it's going to have a deleterious effect on tourism. Number three, there is no proven engineering that this thing is going to work at all. It's actually crazy. If you think about 5,000 foot long nylon chains tying 1,000-foot tall windmills to the ocean floor in the Cascadia subduction zone in the North Pacific Ocean is sane, then I'm sorry, we're barking up the wrong tree. It's not going to work. What I see this is, honestly, people, is a boondoggle. This is a financial boondoggle. Offshore wind is not going to work in the North Pacific Ocean. And the only people who are actually actively advocating for it, from my perspective, are people who are getting paid to do so. And
Rod, I'd hate to interrupt you. I want to try and focus you on the impact, what needs to be in the outline, and then we can cycle back around.
Yeah,
Go
what
ahead.
needs to be in the outline really is no outline at all, because it shouldn't even be happening.
But we're here.
Okay, we're here. And I have to additionally say that I will stand here and say that climate change has been sold to us as something that is anthropogenic, and it is not anthropogenic. The fact of the matter is that the explosion of one volcano discharges more carbon dioxide into the atmosphere than all of mankind in all history. Mankind is not doing anything to change any climate. The climate does change.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yeah.
You just get through what you need to get through, and then I do want to move us
I
on
realize
with
it's
all
not
due
a
respect.
It's not a
We're
popular
here for
view.
lots of unpopular conversations. I
Right.
just want to make sure it's a conversation and not a speech.
Well, you know, I'm making sure that contrary comments are tendered, because I haven't heard one yet.
Totally.
So I had to say it. And
No, thank you.
yeah, we need to wake up and look at the real science. Don't believe 97% of government funded scientists that are paid to write a certain opinion. Okay, thank you, Wade.
All right, that's probably, Commissioner Taylor, thank you. It's a good reminder for just kind of how we're interacting and the different kind of component parts is like, we're here to kind of have differing opinions and arguments back and forth. And we are also here to build a roadmap, right? And the roadmap, and the opening part, like I'm going to push you today to put yourself in scenarios where there are turbines off the coast of Oregon and you are happy about it, and there are not turbines off the coast of Oregon and you're happy about it, right? So I'm gonna push you out of your comfort zone on positions either way around. So just as a heads up, that's what I'm gonna do a little bit today. Let's just do two more comments, and then I do want to just check that, like, hey, we've got the outline where we need it to get. Yeah.
Okay.
question. I'm an economist. Like I say, I've worked here for 40 years. One of the things I have not seen yet is what is the expected delivered price per kilowatt hour that you expect to bring in? And if we're going, that's what economics is about, it's alternatives. If there is huge subsidies, it may be cheaper to buy conservation things rather than developing something like this. That's just the basic question I have.
Yeah. So looking at the price of energy, Jeff?
Yeah. One conversation that I'd like to be able to bring into this group would be to talk about the state policies around energy affordability. And I mean, we have an agency whose role is to determine whether a proposal to develop power is prudent and then whether those costs can be recovered. Your point about are there alternative trade-offs in other ways is an interesting one that I'll follow up with you to learn a little bit more about how that might fit in.
All right, Charlie, last comment, and then I want to check and see where we are on the outline.
Thanks. First, thank you for the visioning exercise this afternoon. I'm really excited about that alternative futures. I think that's a really great exercise to lead into with this group. I wanted to ask, maybe it's in part 3 under state policy assessment recommendations, and there's a section in there dedicated to House Bill 4080. And I recognize that House Bill 4080 resourced and funded DLCD participate in this process, but what it didn't do is fund ODF&W, DOE, DSL, or the myriad of other state agencies that are participating. And I think about the priorities of the state of Oregon and how we get to where we're at. And 20 years ago, if you ask Scott McMullen what the priorities of the ocean in the state of Oregon were, he was chairing a process to decide whether or not we were going to do a certain marine reserve and protected areas, or whether we're going to do nearshore wave energy. And those things have quickly been replaced by this priority. But what I haven't seen is a growing interest in addressing the capacity of our state agencies to respond and engage. That's being reflected currently in our state budgets right now. We're seeing priorities from back then, 20 years ago, now being shifted. And that's not being adequately resourced by other state agencies. So I think it's an important thing for us to consider and think about moving forward. I really appreciate DLCD's ability to convene, but I also think that our other resource agencies are sacrificing other things to be here today. And those are priorities of a lot of ours today, whether that's managing our fisheries or whether that is supporting conservation efforts today on the ground.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Charlie. I mean, something that we've been talking about just as a team is there's this roadmap effort, but this is a very long conversation. This is not a short conversation, right? And there's all of the other issues around the ocean to be thinking about too.
Bobby, I wanted to say one thing after that. To answer Hans' question, when we were over in Scotland, we asked the question for the first floating offshore wind farm in the world. The answer for what the cost was 150 pounds per megawatt hour, which is $198 per megawatt hour. So 5 times what Bonneville is. So 150 British pounds per hour. Yeah.
Which, well,
anyway,
if it's okay,
that's what we were
hold
told.
that because that
Heavily
was
subsidized.
Scotland and not here. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I want to just do a quick check. Like after this conversation, so taking all the feedback we just got on the outline, Jeff will take that and he'll update the outline. It's not that we can never go back to it, but how are we feeling on the outline is good enough to be working with for right now? Good enough. Can I just get we're going to practice just a quick check for levels of agreement and disagreement. This is not voting. This is not a consensus seeking process, but just gives me as a facilitator just a temperature check in the room. But it's kind of it's called the fist to 5 method. So like a fist is like, you are so angry, you're going to go outside the room and be angry about this outline. Like 5 is you're so excited about it. Like you're going to go and tell your grandma about it over Thanksgiving. It's like, this is the best outline I have ever seen. 4, about the same. 3, you still support it. 2, I have some concerns, but I can live with it. 1, I've got serious concerns. So just in the room and on chat, if you're a Roundtable member online, you can just put in chat your score from kind of 5 to 0. but just, can I get a show of hands of kind of fists to 5, how you're feeling? Like, yeah. Yeah, so basically all the requests that you have, consider that Jeff is going to incorporate those just as well as he did the first round of feedback he did. Yeah, so are you comfortable with Jeff after he's taken everything in here and going? So kind of fist to 5, how are you feeling? 3, I got some 3s, some 4s, some 2s, 1, okay. All right, and then generally what that helps me do, and then Commissioner Taylor, is your 1 related to what you were just talking about? Okay, hold it for just a second then. And then was it Gabe? Gage, do we have another mic, or quick? Can we bring? Is it, you haven't said anything yet, so talk to us. What's on your?
Yeah, so the Yurok tribe's ancestral territory does not reach the Oregon coast, and our comments would be understanding that. But the fish, salmon, and the steelhead from the Klamath River do. And the Yurok tribe is opposed to the offshore wind in our ancestral territories. But opposition doesn't mean that it ends there. Participation is important because regardless of how much the tribe may oppose it, it may still happen. The fisheries section seems a little limited, given that fisheries are both a cross-section of both the environment and the economics of the placement of giant objects into the fisheries space. And that's our primary concern, would be that the fisheries section of the roadmap is limited and placed almost exclusively in the economic space, it looks like, underneath the trade section, and does not seem to incorporate much of the environmental concerns from section 1. So I don't know how to do that off the top of my head, so I don't have any constructive criticism at this moment, but that is the tribe's primary concern.
Yeah. And Jeff, and if you were going to ask a clarifying question, you could, but that's exactly why I asked you all to show hands, because we hadn't heard that, Gage, and that was amazing. Like, that's a really good piece of feedback to come back, and we'll get that. Yeah, Ashley.
Hi, this is Ashley Otticky. I have a question that, let's say, after this morning, especially as we do our group discussions and such on, if there's anything else that's identified to that needs to be added to the outline, it can be, so it's not like we're deciding on the final outline here right now. Things can change and modify as we move on through this process.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that there are going to be evolutions of the roadmap that gets built, and this is the first scaffold. And if it's getting built and it looks like it's kind of tipping and tilting, and you say, well, let's go back to our blueprint, and maybe we missed something along the way, that there will be those opportunities over the next 8 months. What this gives us is kind of like the roadmap itself. It lets me figure out what next step to take. And it helps Bobby and I and others to plan the conversations, to make sure that the conversations that we have here can give us good ingredients for that roadmap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then online, we had mostly 3s and 4s. We had 1 0. And then Commissioner Taylor, I'm going to check in with you on break to get a little bit more context, if that's okay. And then online too, I'll check in with you on break. That was really helpful. All right, I'm going to transition us to start looking at the group charter. So as a reminder, the group charter was sent in a different email than your main packet, but it was emailed out. The purpose of a group charter is how this roundtable is going to work together, right? What are the roles of roundtable members? What are the roles of agencies? What are the roles of tribes? What's the roles of a broader community? How are we going to work together? This group is not a decision-making body. We're advisory, right? Our job is to give Jeff and his team as much information as possible so he can put that together, bring it back to us to take a look at, and for us to tell Jeff and his team, oh my gosh, you guys got it totally wrong, or, oh, hey, yeah, that's exactly what we were hoping you'd do. So that's generally it. And the charter is a written document to try and capture some of that. So Sophia, I'll hand it to you to give some context. Do you want Trevor sharing his screen so he can run some slides for you?
Yes, thank you. Thank you,
Okay,
Trevor.
perfect.
I
Take it
have
away.
the slides and also we will be presenting and sharing the outline of the final draft of the chapter. As Bobby just said, we talked to all of you very briefly on the November 1st, the kickoff meeting, and we presented what is a charter, the roundtable charter, what is the purpose of it, and what it aims to accomplish. So since then, we had a team of volunteers, Karina, Ramfis, I think Casey, Julia, and Rick, that they worked very, very hard revising and editing the initial draft that we have. And they help us create a new final draft that we shared with everyone last Friday for your revision. So I hope you had a chance to read it. If not, we also had a few copies in the morning that you grab one when you were entering the room, so you can take a look. But I would like to invite to Karina and Ramfis to give a brief overview about the process and how they revise the many sections of the charter very briefly, and to share with the group about what the roundtable is and what is not, and the most key elements of the charter. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want me to stand and do this?
Yeah, the folks online, it works better.
Or should I?
That's
my side?
perfect.
Is this okay?
Yep.
Okay. But I feel like I have my back to have to be. I'm gonna.
That corner also works.
I don't like having my back to people when I'm speaking. So the group reviewed the draft charter and did some work online first and commented, and then we got together in a virtual meeting and kind of discussed the various points. So just in terms of process, that's how we did it. Do we want to share who was in that group, maybe by show of hands in the room, if folks were on that group and participated in some way, just so people can see who was involved?
Rick, and I think on Zoom is Casey and Julia.
Thank you. And our goal really was to, set some agreements, some foundational understandings that we could all sign on to, basically. And I guess our job today is to review that and to kind of see if we're in that place. So it outlines the key objectives from the legislation. It outlines some of the governance, how people were appointed, how people may participate. And I'm going to invite other people to help me with this if I'm missing something. So I'm going to keep going.
So in the screen for everyone, there is the outline, the charter version, so we can scroll down and we will see the background of what we are here as a roundtable members. And then going down, please, Trevor. And then we have the key objectives and the standards of the roadmap. So everything that is in the first section is the background of why everybody is here today and will be here for the next 8 months. And then here are the formative assumptions that it probably is one of the key, most important parts for everybody to understand what this roundtable is and what is not.
Right. And I think that that front matter that you just went over is pretty set. I mean, that's just sort of how we got here. So I think it's the next sets of material that are important. So, and Ranfis, you're going to help me, right? Okay. So, formative assumptions, what the roundtable is. And, we're not going to, do you want me to go through and read all? I don't think we have time. So hopefully people have done their background, but those are the sets of assumptions we're working under. Do you want, how are we going to, are you going to take comment after we go over? Is that kind of the,
Yes.
yeah, because there's a lot here. So take notes, I guess, if you have feedback that you want to provide, because it's going to be hard to do. So, and because my eyesight is bad, I actually can't read everything on there from here. So I am, no, I have it on here. I just have to, I'm looking back and forth. So, the advisory group is meant to provide context and engagement in the process of offshore wind energy. in terms of the roadmap. And it's a platform discussion where we're gonna engage with different perspectives. So those are some of the key assumptions. You're gonna have to read through them all. What the roundtable is not. It's not a decision-making body, and I think that's really important to keep in mind. It has no formal authority to make or enforce policies, although we are involved in talking about potential recommendations for policies. Okay, so that's a kind of a key distinction. We're not a sanctioned task force or authoritative committee, and that's important to keep in mind. Your participation here is not intended to imply that you support or oppose offshore wind development. We're a collaborative body for discussion. So I think that's another important working assumption. Our objectives are outlined here. And we're trying to do shared learning. I can say as a participant in the informal Offshore Wind Roadmap group, I think I saw a lot of people do learning together and have their perspectives updated, let's say, maybe not changed, but maybe broadened a little bit. So I think that's an important outcome, if nothing else, from this process. So our objectives are to build relationships and trust, to understand the development process and clean energy needs of the state of Oregon, to build a shared understanding of the climate crisis, crafting informed recommendations that could guide future research, investments, policy development, and establishing guiding principles and values around offshore wind. Okay, that's the gist of those. Participation guidelines. This is an important part of the charter. We are anticipating that we're going to be working through June 2025. We have the monthly meetings on the book. Might go further. Outlines memberships, people who are invited, who you've met through this meeting. There are also ex officio members who are representing various state and federal agencies. And each of the 9 federally recognized tribes in Oregon have 1 seat at the round table that's reserved for representative tribal government. Participation. We talked about each roundtable member or an alternate will be participating to make recommendations to DLCD, and the state and federal agencies are invited to participate as subject matter experts. Okay, so they're not necessarily opining. They're giving us their wisdom and understanding. All the roundtable meetings are going to be open to the public. All the materials will be made available. There may be small group breakouts, but those will also be open, and I made some adjustments recently for the online aspect of that. They're going to brainstorm ideas and bring them back to the full roundtable, and they're going to try and be as transparent as possible. It's possible new members could be appointed if they will bring important perspectives, and that's in the purview of DLCD. Commitments and norms. I think these are fairly important. Participate in a respectful manner, no intentional disruptions of meetings, no harassment. Attend meetings and follow through on promises and commitments. Bring in concerns for discussion. Share relevant information that will help us achieve the goals of the roundtable. And keep your organizations and interested communities informed of the process and substance. So it's a two-way communication. We obviously would love to have people attend in person. If you can't, there's the virtual opportunities. Any member may withdraw at any time, but we would like to have communication about that. So early verbal written communication with reasons for withdrawing is an expectation. There's a process for onboarding new members. Use of alternates. This may come up for some folks. If the primary agency organization is not available to attend the meeting, then you may send someone else, but you have to make sure your alternate is up to speed on things and that they're not coming in without the relevant background. So communication with your potential alternate. And I think, was there, and obviously you need to communicate about who else is going to attend, I think with DLCD or Bobby. I'm not sure what the specifics of that are. There may be subgroups, the work groups that have been discussed, and there will be descriptions of membership task timelines, et cetera. You want to take over? Talk to some of this?
Thank you, Ramfis. And I think the number 5, if you can continue, is just more about how this group is structured, but please go ahead, just providing an overview.
Sure. Yeah, I'll try to round us out here. So again, organizational structures, just try to clarify all of our respective roles. So facilitation team, that is Oregon Consensus. They'll help us facilitate through the meetings. DLCD team, their role here is just crafting the contents for the meeting, synthesizing feedback, and writing the draft and final round table reports. It's just, I think, really important throughout this process to be clear. Role of facilitation team, role of DLCD, our role as round table members is to provide feedback and craft recommendations. So again, that is our role. There's going to be a role for agency members invited for participation to provide feedback, also to craft recommendations. There will be a tribal work group that DLCD will convene as well, that will be made up of the 9 federally recognized tribes. There will be opportunities for broader community and public input. So all members of the public are invited, will provide their own public testimonies, and there will be other opportunities to provide public feedback. Meetings, we just noted, there'll be meeting notices. We'll try to provide agendas with as much advance warning as possible. 6-1 roundtable meetings, community engagement. You know, I think again, I think I'll let the team talk more about this later, but again, talking about monthly meetings, full day workshops between November and June. 6-2 discusses external and media relations. So DLCD will be the primary point of contact speaking for the roundtable as a whole. Of course, we are always welcome to provide our own perspectives, our own feedback, but again, DLCD plays a role for speaking on behalf of the roundtable as a whole. Decision-making, throughout the process, members may be asked about their level of agreement or disagreement on particular recommendations to DLCD. Again, we're expecting that there'll be areas of high level agreement, areas where there'll still be disagreements. We will be using our, again, facilitation team to help us navigate through that, and DLCD will synthesize those areas of agreement and disagreements. But rules of engagement for us around good faith. We're all coming here to act as good faith in all aspects of this roundtable, to provide inputs, consider other viewpoints, participants, and conduct ourselves in a manner that promotes collaboration. I think that's really important. Rights in other forums, we are not limited. Just because we're participating here does not limit our participation in other forums. Ground rules, you know, I think this is just how we work and collaborate with one another. So share the information we received, be clear about the issues that we're discussing, be clear about who and about in the group that we do and do not represent. Acknowledging that alone we know little and together we know a lot. It's important that we try to strive to be civil and respectful, agree to hold each other accountable for meeting these expectations, avoid assumptions or attributing motives, instead aim for asking for clarification, and then just embrace the gray areas that may be uncertain, comfortable.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Just one more point that came up in our discussion that I think is worth clarifying, and that is the rights in other forums, you know, in the good faith effort, but also as part of that, good faith is if you are involved or aware of an action outside of this process that would impact this, end this process or affect it, we would appreciate being made aware of it. So that was the only sort of, I'd say,
thank you.
Yeah, but point of importance for folks.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Karin, and thank you so much, Ramfis, for introducing or give us that brief overview about what is in the charter that we have for this roundtable. So overall, I think the charter for this roundtable is a guideline of how we are going to be working together as a roundtable members. So it's good that you go look, take a look of all of the sections. What is the content? Rick, would you like to add something? No? I saw it. Yeah, I'm opening the floor for that. So does anyone have questions about the charter as we have it so far as a final version? So I'm open to Rick and probably in the Zoom as well, Casey and Julie, if they have something to add as a volunteers.
And I apologize, I was part of the charter committee, and I just, in reviewing this, realizing particularly in light of our discussion about the outline in the roundtable objectives on page 3, I think there should be another bullet that addresses impacts, and our efforts to understand those. So I would suggest that we add a bullet that states, build understanding of offshore wind development impacts, mitigation, and study needs.
My question, this is Ashley, is around rules of engagement when we talk about commitments and norms, and regarding if someone isn't following the rules or being respectful of others, what happens? What is the act of accountability? This includes like when members of the public or when we see people on the round table being adversarial to others. What are the actions that happen? And are there actions that need to be outlined in this charter, or is it something that we more verbally discuss? So those were a gap that I see within the charter.
Are you okay if I take that, Sophia? And Rick just walked out. Did he write that down? Okay, good. It'd be great to get it. And then Ashley, just on that, the charter for like Sophia and Trevor and I, it's a little bit of our guidebook for how we act, right? So it's kind of our playbook on how we facilitate. So the short answer is we take care of it. And we want as much flexibility of that as possible, because everyone shows up in different ways, right? You and I yell at each other. That could be how we interact and could be super fruitful. And maybe it's not, and we're just not going to know that for the situation. And it may just be better if we just have a conversation out at break on like, hey, what was going on there? So anyway, if you trust us to take care of it, that's how we have it. And we'd rather not get too specific in a charter. That's why there's kind of at the principle level, it's like, okay, then it gives, hey guys, we all agreed on this principle. What you did there wasn't quite right.
Thanks. So just two brief comments. First one, governance and process overview. My understanding, there will be 9 working groups. How often do you plan they will meet? I mean, maybe we can add like one sentence once per month or whatever.
Those are examples, just to be clear.
Oh, okay.
We Jeff just about had a heart attack over here. 9, oh my God.
No, I was like,
Those
okay,
were
we just
examples
don't
of
know
ones
if
that are
it's
of interest, right?
This is like separate.
Yeah.
And the second one, yes, page 3, roundtable objectives. To avoid any like mitigate, let's say, conflict, we have bullet points, build a shared understanding of the climate crisis. I would say understanding of the climatic changes instead of crisis, because crisis is subjective. But we all understand that there is a climatic change. There is a part in it scientifically prove natural factors, yes. Body point, volcano eruption, yes. But there is a huge part of anthropogenic impact. So climatic change, it would be maybe just mitigate, and future conflict that we may have, but we have shared understanding that climate change. How and what factors contribute, it's different point of view. But crisis could be crisis relative to what we compare 1 million years ago, future, or
Yeah, that's fair.
so I would just take this one.
And then also just Rick, now that you're back in the room too, we want to be careful that the charter itself isn't where we talk about what we want to talk about, it's how. Right. So if there's things that feel like we really got it wrong, like let's make sure we get it in there. But the outline is what we want to talk about. The charter is how we want to do that together, if that helps.
Yeah, I have a question about the formation of the committees. Is that something maybe that needs more guidance in the governance document? Because I mean, are there ideas on what the committees would be right now? And or can they form organically? Can folks in this larger work group like just say, hey, we want to get together and form a committee and on this particular topic? And then it seems like there needs to be some type of formality to that, because if it seems like if a bunch of people in this room get together and talk about something, they're gonna need to report out, right? It says that there, but people could still get together and just talk informally. So how do you kind of navigate that? Because I know the process is supposed to be super transparent, but I could see it could go sideways a little bit if there's not as more detail maybe in the governance document about that specifically, about the formation of them, how they form, and yeah, how they're move forward.
I'm going to turn that question back to you, Joe, in two ways. What you just heard was an informal task team reporting out that wasn't publicly noticed. We took notes and you got a full report out, right? And we just asked for volunteers, and every single person could have volunteered on November 1st to help us draft the charter, and we brought it back. So that was an example of a very narrow task just between meetings, and gosh, was that helpful to have that. There's no way we would have done that in full session. And when we start talking about work groups of thinking about supply chain or fisheries protection, that feels like a kind of a bigger deal, and it's a standing thing, and that needs to be kind of more formally named. So that's how we've been talking about it. So let me turn it back to you. It's like, where would you draw that line of what needs more detail versus what doesn't?
I mean, I don't, for a living, I'm more of a biologist, conservationist. I don't write up governance documents. So I feel like y'all,
live them.
There's other people in
Yeah.
this room that have more experience in that than me,
Okay.
but I'm just seeing a gap. And so I'm going to pass it back to you.
Yeah. Well done. See, you do know process. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate the fact that this whole thing was triggered by an Oregon statute that has as its headline offshore wind. So it's not surprising that a government document, a governance document, has a focus on offshore wind and what is offshore wind and that sort of thing. And my initial comments about we need to understand the ocean that I offered at the beginning are also reflected in this governance document as well. It says, for example, a platform to explore infrastructure needs and economic opportunities associated with offshore wind, but it's silent on the context of the ocean. The ocean is just the backdrop for which this activity happens. And if we're going to be learning about things, I think there should be equal emphasis given on learning and developing a shared understanding of ocean processes and how the ocean works or may respond to this technology, as well as having a shared understanding of the technology itself.
Sophia.
Who else?
Go ahead, yeah.
I think it goes Anne, Karina, and somebody else was here. Susan and then Rick. And online.
Okay, Ann Velisis, I just wanted to say, one of the things that I think we've talked about is transparency being very important in this process. And I've noticed that there are some people who don't really list their affiliations, and to get at what Commissioner Taylor was saying, that I think it's important that people say who they are representing and being honest about that, or what their background is. And I don't really know how to get to that, because obviously we all are wearing different hats, and some people may have funding from one place or another place, and it's kind of maybe too long of a story to get into. And yet on the other hand, I think that's important just to build trust. So I don't know how to get to that. I'll tell Joe, I'll follow in Joe and saying I don't know how to get to that, but I think it's important.
Well, and one of the ways we have the roster that we sent out in advance, there was blanks in there. So maybe one of our action items is we just ask people to take a look at that roster and just help us fill it out for your affiliations that you're showing up most of the time here about.
I was just going to respond to the question earlier that Joe brought up about the sort of the working groups and what's part of the roadmap and kind of maybe what's not. And I was thinking that the informal group that we just had was facilitated by someone in the process of leading the roadmap. I'm wondering if that's a thought, like what is the connectivity between these working groups and sort of the connection between the facilitation? Maybe that's one of the governance principles that could be, used. I'm not sure there's enough people to do that, but
Oh,
you know what I
meaning
mean?
like
Like, 'cause
Sophia or Trevor may
or
facilitate the work
somebody,
groups? Is
yeah,
that
is
what you're
sort of
saying?
connected with that group in some
Yeah.
way. So it's just a suggestion, maybe, to help clarify some of those boundaries.
We are scoped to do that.
Okay.
Not for 9,
Yeah, okay.
but we are scoped to help with the work.
Yeah, I know. I was seeing 9 and I was like, okay, there aren't that many bodies in the room.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Jeff wanted to respond to that one real quick. Who's got the mic? Just a sec, can Jeff get it real quick?
I just want to make clear that at any time there can be a meeting between friends to talk about anything related to offshore wind. And then what we're talking about with these working groups, I think you're right, would be something that is facilitated to help us get toward something that can be brought back to this group for consideration. Yeah, we're right there with you. Okay, thanks.
But just a quick comment. I think Mike's point about understanding the marine environment is very valid. And I think the suggestion I made for adding a bullet in section 3, we could certainly add, build an understanding of the marine ecosystem, offshore wind development impacts, mitigation and study needs. So I think if the group's interested in that, I think that's certainly a place where we can plant that idea.
Rick, when we go to break, can you give me the exact text and we'll just do a track change? I have so many things coming at me right now. That one's in my pocket, right?
Do we have comments or, go ahead. Julia and Delia.
Yes, thank you. Julia DeGraw with National Wildlife Federation. I was going to kind of jump in on the conversation about Joe's concern. I feel like we maybe addressed it, but I think it seems to me we talked about this, and I think it seems to me like there's flexibility between, like, if we have like a discrete thing that needs to be done and we ask for volunteers like we just did for the charter, there could be that kind of more informal process that's happening. But for these like more intentionally formed like subgroups, like the idea for transparency would be that, minutes would be tracked and that you'd be able to report back on that. And I think we just didn't want to be overly prescriptive about what exactly that looked like, but know that transparency is really key. But if folks feel like there needs to be more specificity in there, I think what Karina suggested is worth exploring. But that was definitely the intention, that for these more formal groups, that there would definitely be a feedback loop and a requirement for some amount of report back. So that they're, in the spirit of the transparency that we're all very deeply committed to, which is separate from like folks having their own like separate meetings that happen, as course of their work. I think there's always going to probably be a little bit of tension around the fact that, subsets of folks within this room are going to have their own separate conversations that they need to have for themselves, and I think that we need to just know, we need to be comfortable, I think, with a little bit of that tension. This is like a coalition space in that way, and that people are both trying to show up together and with transparency, but also have to be able to have the organizational autonomy. So I think we're just going to have to be really intentional about how we navigate that. And I think we're trying to thread the needle on this charter of not being too prescriptive, but of also being prescriptive enough that we're ensuring the level of transparency that is needed in this space. The other thing I wanted to mention real quick was getting at the ocean and marine question. I do feel like with the questions that we're trying to answer and drill down on, acknowledging what we do and what we don't know about impacts is going to necessitate knowledge of the marine environment. We can't answer those questions without getting that kind of deep dive and as well as baseline understanding of the marine environment. I I think it's totally fine for us to be more specific, but I do believe that the questions we're trying to drill down on and answer through the process that we have laid out will require that baseline understanding and will happen through the process organically. But again, I think if for comfort levels, we need to be more specific there, we should absolutely just include that language.
Delia? Yeah, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Delia Kelly, ODFW. I think, Bobby, I heard you mention the roster. And I need to kind of dovetail on what Charlie mentioned earlier. We don't have staff capacity for more than one attendee at these meetings. And so could you please remove Jeremy Thompson from the roster? I will be your ODFW representative. And then I also heard you mention, Bobby, that you've got a lot coming at you. You're doing a wonderful job. There's a lot of things piling up in the chat. And so I'm wondering if you could clarify, particularly for online participants, if comments in the chat don't get brought into the room, will they be captured by another mechanism? Because I respect and honor what you're saying. You do have a lot coming at you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Delia. We are watching chat, and I'm going to speak to that here in just a little bit in public comment, because we're getting both a lot of volume coming in from the broader community that's not part of the roundtable and roundtable members. So we are watching it and trying to bring it into the room, and we have it as part of a recorded chat. So it'll be part of the public record for sure. So give me just a little bit. When we get into public comment, I'll bring that in.
All right, thank you so much, Bobby. Susan, please go ahead.
Thanks, Sophia. Susan Chambers with the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. I was just, one thing that we are concerned about is, our members participate in fisheries from California to Washington. And so we are involved in some of the very similar groups in Washington and California, like this one. So I think my concern here is with tribes that operate in California and Washington too, and ensuring that they have a voice in this process, because, like my friend Steve Joner here says, whiting migrate through Oregon. So they have a very valid concern. So I was wondering if I could just turn the mic over to Steve to let him talk about the importance of being included in this process. I don't know how to, how we want to do that as a group, but I want to open it up for those kind of concerns. So can I pass it to Steve? Do we have time?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
no problem.
Thank you, Susan. So as you all know, it's a long way from the Northwest Washington coast down Highway 101 to this part of the country. But unlike Vegas, what happens in Oregon doesn't necessarily stay in Oregon. So I could give the commissioner a run for his money here on this, but I'll try to be not so much of an extrovert. When BOEM first approached us about having offshore wind on the West Coast, that was for me 3.5 years ago. And my immediate thought was, what will that do to our upwelling? If you're extracting that wind energy, it cannot go without impacting the ocean and the upwelling, which, as you all know, drives everything we have in the ocean. So we began asking that question, and 3.5 years later, it still has not been answered by BOEM. And I look around the room and see the tribes here. And when BOEM first approached us, I think most of the tribes were fairly open, at least the Makah tribe that I work for, and the other Northwest Washington tribes and Columbia River tribes were open to this idea of what might be a good thing to do. If you fast forward to today, and I'm not aware of any tribe in the Northwest that has not formally announced their opposition and even filed litigation against BOEM because of BOEM's failure to address the tribal concerns. So they did this backward. What I know is they went out, they determined where the wind was and said, we'll put our wind farms, our turbines here. Now, what will that impact? The problem is they could only look at existing fisheries. They don't really know what the impact will be to the ecosystem. So my question of upwelling still has not been addressed. There's been some modeling work done, but it's rather feeble. So fortunately, largely due to the urging of macaws and other tribes, the National Marine Fisheries Service has embarked on a strategic science plan where they're going to look at some of this. And specifically to the upwelling, that'll be a 5-year project that's just now getting underway. But there are a large number of questions dealing with not just the ocean processes, but larval production. Those of you who deal with the ocean and fisheries know there are nursery areas for species such as sablefish, black cod. They're very susceptible to changes that could come about from this offshore wind development. And then the growth and migration. And Susan mentioned whiting. The macaws are one of the tribes that fish whiting. I'm also one of the commissioners on the U.S.-Canada Joint Management Committee. And a lot of our time in the whiting JMC is spent in addressing the potential impact from U.S. fisheries on Canada. So that's a very complex question.
Sure.
Now you add this offshore wind development to it, and it takes us to something we know nothing about. So the first question now is, where do tribes such as the Northwest tribes, Macaw, fit into this?
Yeah.
You know, obviously we're not Oregon tribes, but the development will be in federal waters, and the United States has an obligation to the tribes. And also Oregon is a party to the U.S. v. Washington, the Bolt case. So Oregon does, as a state, have an obligation to the other tribes. And when I say, I mean the 20 Western Washington tribes, the 4 Columbia River Treaty tribes, the 2 Klamath tribes, and any other tribe that has legal and traditional rights. So I don't necessarily want to be more meetings, more travel, but
sure,
we need to be involved at some point. And as you look into this, and Rick's question about the impact to the ecosystem, that's foremost in my mind, but also looking at the fisheries in much more detail than BOEM has done, and looking at these questions. If you start putting structures out there, how will that impact fisheries? And that will trigger, that will trigger impacts that ripple all the way up to the event.
Yeah, those are all really key questions.
So
this group is going to start thinking through too. Sorry,
and I think you have the opportunity now to do it, but BOEM has failed to do.
Right.
So I appreciate what you're doing and the opportunity to be here. And I just want you to understand that this is very complex and spreads all the way up to Canada.
Well, and Steve, we're really glad the Macaw are here, and we're really glad the Yurok are here too. I feel like that conversation around how do we make sure that all tribes with an interest or have some way to engage. I think that's a really important conversation to have amongst tribes as well as with the LCD and us, and we're happy to have that. I think in terms of a lot of the issues like upwelling, the transboundary movement of fisheries, all of those kinds of things, the morning conversation we had around the outline is a great way to start making sure that it's captured there. And then all throughout, there'll be ways to do that. But I think in terms of the charter conversations on the how, it's like, hey, I don't need more meetings, but I want more meetings, right? Yeah, so it's like, how do we make space for that? I heard that. Thank you. Okay, Sophia, I'll let you take a look at that.
What is the question for section 7? For section 7, for decision making, it looks like we are going to consensus with dissent or something like that, and that any dissenting thoughts will be documented. Will these thoughts, ideas, and all be also documented in final document in some way? Like, yeah, we will be consider all the chat input that you all provided over Zoom, and also the suggestions and comments that we have received right now here in the room. And if nobody else have a comment or a suggestion, I think we can conclude this part of the session. Just to go and do a quick check.
Yeah, I think for this section, if it's okay, Sophia, just on that question of decision making.
Okay.
What you saw me do on the outline was a little bit of practice on how to check for levels of agreement, right? And so I said, how close are we on the outline? And Gage, you did a really nice job of saying, hey, I'm kind of at a 1. And you saw me check to see, okay, what's going on there, right? So that's us searching for where there's zones of agreement and disagreement. And let's pretend that we're making our recommendations around protecting fisheries. And we're just not going to get to the same page on that. Within it, we're gonna try and document the best we can where those zones of agreement and disagreement were. And then, but ultimately how DLCD writes that into the roadmap is DLCD's call.
Thank you, Bobby.
Okay. Yeah.
And then can we practice again with the check here for these?
I'm not going to
markers?
do that. I think the next steps on this one, I
We'll
see a
let-
way.
Online?
Yeah, I see it. Is I think there were enough substantive changes to this one. What I would like to do is very quickly do a track changes version, and then with our action items coming out of this meeting is send that track changes version out for people to review. There's no pressure on us to get this done anytime, right? I want it far enough and folks feeling good enough with it that Sophia and Trevor and I have something to work with, right? And I feel like we're close on that. We'll get the language right. And then I think we've got, is it Commissioner Trost online? Commissioner, go ahead, but I am going to try and get us to public comment and a break here. So if you want to make more of a comment generally, if you can hold it for 2 seconds, if it's specific to the charter, go for it.
Well, I guess I would let you decide whether it's specific to the charter. One of the things that obviously I represent Curry County, where the bulk of this proposed wind energy plan is being crafted. And so, yes, there are individuals in the room who are going to have indirect impacts to fisheries, et cetera. We will not only have the direct impacts to our marine biology, but also to our socioeconomic impacts that I think are also valid to bring into this discussion and to your document as well, because one of the things that I think gets overlooked is community and human impacts, direct impacts that this proposed project will have to our community in particular and Coos County. And so, and just one of the things that I'd like to say is I met with BOEM. I met with several of the individuals who are trying to lease this area. And one of the things that hit me really hard is that, and I hope this makes it into the document as well, is that much of this project was what I always describe as ready, fire, aim, meaning that they were going forth without any of these impact studies, allowing the lease winner to then perform the impact studies prior to in the second phase of the BOEM process. And so I feel like if there's one recommendation that this group can make, it is that we go into this with full understanding and knowledge, or at least the best we can get from previous developments on the impacts prior to these leasing areas, these call areas being leased out. I feel like that's the most prudent direction to move this to propose, is that there's so many unknowns right now that are essentially all of these unknowns have direct and indirect impacts on everybody in the room. And they're negative impacts that we're discussing. We're discussing a lot of different negative impacts. And it is all to solve one more proposed global issue. And I think that I challenged this group because I see a lot of very intellectual people in here, that we're going to learn that the unknowns do not surpass what could be what it is trying to help in terms of energy, creating energy. And so at what point do we have to acknowledge that the unknowns don't add up. There's too much risk involved that leads to an answer that is also somewhat unknown. Because as somebody had mentioned earlier, the price of this energy, at least on the East Coast right now, and that's what all I can gauge, is 31 cents per kilowatt hour, and Bonneville I think is at 9, and this technology has not yet been developed. So we have unknowns there as well. So we're discussing a whole bunch of unknowns to address an issue that we don't know that it particularly will address. And I would like this, and I believe that this committee will come to a conclusion. That's yes, sir.
Oh, just wanted to interrupt just very briefly to say that's exactly why we want you to take a look at the roadmap outline to make sure all of these unknowns are there. And like the December meeting is all about digging into the human effects, the environmental effects, and making sure we're mapping out those uncertainties. So sorry to cut you off, but go ahead and finish off if there's some other key pieces, but we can also catch up offline and make sure that you've got everything in the outline you want in there.
No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you allowing these alternative views that because, like I said, I represent the communities that will be vastly impacted directly on all fronts, and so I appreciate that the people in the room are also they're addressing the indirect impacts that their communities are going to be faced as well. So. Yeah, the human aspect is also an important aspect to take into consideration during these discussions.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I think everyone in this room and online, nobody takes this issue lightly. This is a really serious issue for lots of different reasons. So thank you very much. Okay, I do want to check, is there anybody from the broader community that's interested in public comment before we go to a break? We have 2 public comment periods. One is right now. I just want to do it for like 10, maybe 10 minutes. If we have a lot of public comment, we'll also have a time towards the end of the meeting as well. So online, is there anybody interested in public comment? If you could just go ahead and indicate that in chat. I'm going to ask you to keep public comment to about 1.5 minutes. And then that way we can take a bit of a break. But here in the room, is there anybody from the broader community that's interested in providing comment? Okay, I'll cycle back around. And online, Trevor, who do we have? Andrew, go ahead. Please take a 1.5 minutes. You wouldn't mind introducing yourself, kind of your name and who you're with and where you're from. But go ahead.
Hi, folks. My name is Andrew Orahosky. I'm an environmental attorney, and I'm here just as an individual today. I do work with some folks on a national basis that are part of a offshore wind opposition alliance. But like I said, today I'm just kind of here as an observer. One of the comments, I appreciate everything that folks are doing, and I also want to say that I very much appreciate all of the tribal presence today and throughout. The canceling that lease sale would not have happened without the work of the tribe. So thank you very much. One technical thing I just wanted to offer was that in your objectives for your charter, I would just recommend that you read the authorizing legislation for this roadmap roundtable, HB 4080 at section 3, and it lists several things there that the roadmap must support. And there's a couple of very important line items there. One line item on its own is the protection of the environment and marine species. And another line item on its own is the protection of tribal, cultural, and archaeological resources. And so, those are set forth in the legislation. So thanks so much. That's all I have.
Great, thank you, Andrew. Great, Christopher Hall, if you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself and about 1.5 minutes, please. Thanks, Christopher.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for holding this conversation and this discussion. My name is Christopher Hall and I'm with Water League, and I just have a point of order, really. There appears to be a bias, if not a presumption, that the roadmap is a success if it gets to the state to where it wants to go, which appears to be the implementation of the offshore wind industry. I want to point out, however, that this bias is not consistent with HB 40 or the legislative intent. For example, in the meeting summary for November 1st, 2024, a couple comments demonstrate this type of language or this bias. Staff discussion during the first meeting under the topic House Bill 4080 and the roadmap objectives states that, quote, the roadmap aims to define a clear path for offshore wind development, identify policy gaps, and suggest solutions through broad engagement. Another section under the topic Engagement and Participation Plan, staff, quote, emphasized that the roadmap process aims to ensure Oregon is well prepared for offshore wind development, as if offshore wind is a foregone conclusion in some people's minds. Of course, according to the legislation, this is not what the roadmap is supposed to be. It's supposed to be an even discussion of ideas that mandates a detailed assessment of impacts and standards and how to address them. In general, the nature of bias is insidious as it quietly pervades assumptions and shapes the frame or the context for conversations, very much like this one. For example, the very idea of breaking down on the road would usually be understood as a failure of any process to reach its goal. Implicitly, the intent of any roadmap is to arrive at a destination, and the destination has been hinted at in the above quoted comments and in many other comments and other documents. I wish to emphasize that the roadmap is not supposed to define a clear path for offshore wind development. Rather, it is to provide assessment of impacts and standards related to offshore wind. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate the time and the opportunity to provide comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. All right. Okay. With that, we've worked you pretty hard this morning. Let's go ahead and take a break. Sophia, I think we've got cookies and a refill on coffee. So we'll go ahead and reconvene at 11:45. And so please feel free to grab a cookie, grab some tea or coffee. Encourage you to get a breath of fresh air while you can. Bring a friend and have a conversation, but be here right at 11:45. And we'll actually 11:43. And we're going to get started right at 11:43. Thank you. And then, Andy, if you wouldn't mind pausing the recording if you haven't already. Thank you. All right, Turner, I'm doing a sound check with you. How are we sounding?
You are sounding good.
All right, perfect. All right, well, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for that morning session. It was great. So we got an outline put together, and we got some feedback back on the charter. So much appreciated. This next section is gonna be a little bit of grounding on Oregon's existing enforceable policies. So I'll let Jeff tell you, or DLCD tell you a little bit more about what an enforceable policy actually is, what we've got, because a big part of the roadmap is saying, where are those gaps? Like, okay, we've got these existing policies, but this is what we want. Where are those gaps? So we'll do that. And then we'll take a lunch break, and then after lunch, we'll come back and kind of do that visioning exercise. For folks online, one of the fun things about having a really integrated, diverse group is figuring out who's what and where is really challenging. So for Zoom folks, as you get ready to take a lunch break, if you could just turn off your camera and turn off your audio, but don't leave the Zoom room, that would make it so much easier for us, because as you come back in, we'd have to rename you and do that kind of stuff. Does that sound okay? Casey, can I pick on you? Does that make sense, what I just asked?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Bobby.
All right, perfect. All right, Jeff, am I handing it to you? All right. And you were standing in a pretty good spot, but right here on the cord is about optimal.
Okay, and then yeah, if we could get the slides going. So I'm going to get some help in this next topic from Andy and from Cynthia at DLCD. But we're going to talk to you for a little while, maybe at you a little bit, and then leave some room for questions and discussion after. What we want to do with this next agenda item is to give you that grounding in enforceable policies, as Bobby said. And when I look at House Bill 4080 that really led to this roadmap existing, and when I look at the informal conversations that preceded it, and when I look at the roadmaps that have been done in other states, what I think distinguishes what Oregon is trying to do is that we have an emphasis on what our standards and policies should be for offshore wind, that we are taking this roadmap as an opportunity to sharpen our tools as a state. And that's something that I have not seen as much in the roadmaps that other states have developed, where they're more about kind of that strategic planning. What do we need to do to get from here to there? Our emphasis, I think, is equally as much, if not more so, on what is the bar that we need to clear in order to get there in the first place. And so this focus on enforceable policies is really with that in mind. If you can move on to the next, please. Oh, and one more. In order to talk to you about enforceable policies, I first have to back it up a step and talk to you about federal consistency. And if any of you were in the public meetings that we had in the summer, I see some people already kind of internally groaning. We talked about this a lot, because when BOEM came with their proposal to do leasing, that triggered one of these reviews that the state does. And as I mentioned during our kickoff meeting in November 1st, the state has this lever that is the Federal Consistency Authority. It's given to us by a federal law, the Coastal Zone Management Act, and it gives the state this opportunity to review federal actions for consistency against the enforceable policies of the state. And there was that rainbow diagram that I had on the 1st of November where it showed those two yellow arrows, where the state gets two opportunities, two bites of the apple to look at offshore wind as a decision and to make this call. And depending on the type of action it is, it determines what kind of review the state gets to do. But generally speaking, when there is a leasing activity, that was the 2-month review that we had this summer. If there were to be a project proposed, that is a permitted action by Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And that triggers another state review. It's a 6-month review. It can be extended if we don't have the information we need to make a decision. It's an important point. But the outcome is we either concur that the action is consistent and can move forward. We give a concurrence with conditions, which is a yes if decision. And that was the outcome of the Boehm leasing decision this summer. Or we can do an objection, where if we can't get to a yes decision based on a review of the action against the policies that we have on the books, then we can object to that action. And in the case of a permit, that action cannot proceed. The federal agency may not give out that permit. There is an appeal process that I'll talk about where that's a potential avenue it could go. But the point that I want to make is that this is the state's big lever in actions that are happening out in federal waters. Next, please. And just to clarify where we have that authority, the coastal zone in Oregon begins at the crest of the Coast Range, and it extends out to 3 nautical miles where we have our state waters. But in the case of marine renewable energy, we go out even further. We get to go out to the 500 fathom line, and we're working on an update to allow us to go out even farther because we know that the Boehm lease areas go past that 500 fathom line. And so any federal action that happens within that zone that can have an effect to coastal uses or resources triggers this state ability to look at it against our policies. So if you think about that, offshore wind development includes things that are happening out in the ocean, but could also include things that are happening in estuaries or on land related to transmission, support industries, or additional developments that could happen on the shore. All of those can potentially be within this realm of federal consistency review. And so when this roundtable group is thinking about the roadmap, we're not just talking about turbines floating out at sea. We're talking about the entirety of the actions that could surround that as well. Next, please. As I mentioned, we have 2 touch points, 2 bites of the apple for the state. That first one, touch point 1, that's what happened this year. That was this summer, where it was a Boehm lease sale that then results in not a project. A project doesn't get to move forward if Boehm leases the Outer Continental Shelf. What it allows is the lessee who purchased that right to go out and explore what they just bought and to conduct environmental analyses and prepare an application that then they would submit after about 5 years. And at that time, that's when our second touch point kicks in. And that's where the state would get to review a construction and operations plan that is submitted to Boehm for their review, as well as a permit from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers that relates to any time you discharge to waters of the United States. And that usually tends to be a joint review, as we've seen on the East Coast. And so there's that period of time, that blue arrow. You know, if the leases had moved forward, then this roadmap and the process around it would have been occurring in that in-between time to get us ready for that second touch point. Next, please. Just an overview of what that federal consistency review process looks like. Again, it's a 6-month process. We do have the opportunity to ask for any missing information that would help to inform our ability to assess a project against policies. Because if a project is not well defined, we can't very well look at whether it meets our policies. And so there is this do loop that can happen during a review where we can request additional information that we need. But typically it's a 6-month process. It includes looking at local land use for any on-land components, working with our state agency partners who have policies or permits that relate to make sure that all of those are obtained and in good standing. And it includes a public comment period and then a decision from the state whether the action is consistent or not. Next, please. As I mentioned before, there are 3 main outcomes: concurrence with conditions, that yes if, and an objection. Next, please. And I did say I would talk about the appeal process. If the state were to object, the applicant may appeal that to the US Secretary of Commerce. If you look at the Jordan Cove liquid natural gas project from some years ago, this happened where the state objected under its federal consistency authority, it got appealed, and the secretary upheld the state's objection. In other words, they didn't overturn us. And what I've heard from NOAA is that it's about 50-50 how that falls. And it tends to go about whether there was sufficient information to understand the coastal effects so that you could then balance those effects against the national interest. And then the secretary weighs that on the scales. Next, please. So I've just described to you a review process, but that process relies on these enforceable policies. It's been described to me by NOAA that the enforceable policies are the field on which the game is played. And so what we're all working on here with the roadmap is to look at those policies. Oregon has many enforceable policies that have already been added to our program that we use when these reviews come through. And they come from our existing state laws, whether that be a statute or an administrative rule that an agency uses to implement a statute. Or at the local level, we have also brought in comprehensive plans and ordinances which can apply to those shoreside developments. And local governments don't have jurisdiction out in the ocean, so that jurisdiction would be limited to the shoreside components. We also do have our statewide planning goals, and Andy's going to talk about that with regards to Goal 19 specific to oceans. Next, please. I wanted to put this out here front and center. In your packet for this week, I included an enforceable policies primer that had some links to trainings on how to write a good enforceable policy. Because we may have policies that are on the books at the state level that would be kicked out by NOAA to say you can't use those in federal consistency review. It may be a policy that you have at the state, but you cannot object to a federal permit based on that policy. And the reason why a policy might not be accepted would be if it violated one of these rules that are set out in federal regulations of the do's and don'ts. So first off, it has to be enforceable under state law. It has to have mandatory language in it like shall or must. So there has to be that clear standard. It cannot be preempted by an existing federal law, and it cannot directly regulate a federal agency or directly regulate federal waters. So like we can't make a state policy that says out in the federal ocean, you shall do this. Doesn't work. But you can have a more general policy to say when you're in the ocean, you shall or shall not do this, and then we can apply that. So there's an art to it. And then those ones in red are really important because I think they're going to be really pertinent to this conversation. You cannot write a new policy that says, in the case of offshore wind specifically, you shall or shall not do this, because that is seen as being discriminatory against one user or one use as compared to the many uses that can go out there. So if you're going to write a policy, that policy has to be based on the effect that you want to regulate. And so similarly, we can't say you shall not do oil and gas drilling offshore, but you could say you shall not have oil releases to water. And then that you are focusing on the effect, and then the state can review against those effects. And you also cannot hinder the national interest objectives. And this one came up recently in a conversation with NOAA when we asked them, could a local jurisdiction just pass a law saying no undersea cables may come into our jurisdiction at all? And NOAA said, well, that's an interesting question. If you did it across the entire state, there might be a conflict with the national interest to have free-flowing data going from overseas. And so they might have a problem with something that is so plainly restrictive as that. And so it's just something to keep in mind as we're having conversations over the coming months to really try to keep in your mind what makes a good enforceable policy. Next, please. This is a pictogram of where our policies come from right now. And as I mentioned before, we have our statewide land use planning goals, our administrative rules. We have certain statutes that really are focused predominantly on environmental effects, although we do have some energy statutes in there as well. We have our territorial sea plan that Andy's going to talk about. And then at the local level, we have those county and city policies that apply. Next, please.
Hey, Jeff, just real quick. We'll make these slides available after the fact, just so for
Yes.
stuff that's like really small and we can't read, we'll get those.
Yeah. Thank
right.
you, Bobby. Yes,
Perfect.
we
And
will.
you got about 30 minutes left.
Got it. Okay. What you see here on the screen are a list of some of the key enforceable policies that we see would probably apply in some way or another to an offshore wind project proposal. We have certain statewide planning goals that would, we think, be more applicable. We have the territorial sea plan. We have policies at the state level related to the protection of wildlife, as well as the protection of optimal management of fisheries uses, so the human fisheries. We have policies related to environmental quality, be that management of waste or air and water quality. We do have policies related to archaeological resources and objects, and we have policies that specifically relate to protection of ocean shores, and then those local government plans and codes. Next, please. I wanted to highlight some examples of language that we think about and use in reviews like offshore wind reviews. So here on the screen are excerpts from ORS 496.012 and 506.109. We have a wildlife policy and a food fish management policy that are broad enough to be interpreted by the state based on the information that we receive, but that have a standard that you shall prevent serious depletion of any indigenous species and provide for optimum recreational and aesthetic benefits for present and future generations. So, thinking about how could we apply a policy like that to the offshore wind question, there is a lot of information that we would need. There are interpretations that would need to be made as a result of that. And in some cases, a statute will be further defined when you get to the administrative rule where the agency is implementing that. Next, please. And some other examples I pulled from policy related to protection of archaeological resources, saying that you may not disturb those sites without first obtaining a permit. And then the standards for whether that permit gets accepted or not are further defined in the administrative rules. And then the captioning is blocking it, but our ocean shore regulations also have some standards related to protection of scenic and recreational use of Oregon's ocean shore. Next, please. And with that, I'm going to hand it to Andy, who's going to give a deeper dive into the territorial sea plan and the policies that you can find in there. Andy.
And Andy, just as you get going, Jeff, is it your preference kind of to cycle through this and folks write down their questions now and then we'll take them at the end? Okay, great. Yeah, so feel free to write your questions down, or if you're online, feel free to chat them directly to Trevor or Turner, and then we'll bring them in.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Again, my name is Andy Lanier. I'm the Marine Affairs Coordinator for DLCD. Go ahead. So Jeff asked me to talk to you about enforceable policies specific to the ocean part of this. But again, to set that landscape as a part of the coastal zone management program in the state of Oregon, we really focus on the last 4 statewide land use planning goals, goals 16, 17, 18, and 19. Goals 16, 17, and 18 really are administered by local government, cities, and counties, whereas goal 19 manages the state-owned resource of the seafloor of the ocean. And so that really is a different kind of animal when you talk about statewide land use planning. And statewide land use planning goal 19 really sets the foundation for the conversations, the decision-making. Next slide. And really what I heard a lot of this morning is continued concern about how the state is going to make decisions that affects not only the marine life that's out there, but also the societal benefits, the economic benefits, and the spiritual benefits that we all gain from the ocean as Oregonians, right? So the language in Goal 19 provides clear sense of priority on what the state shall protect when it's considering that balance of use and development, right? All of our statewide land use planning goals have a balancing in them of use and conservation, right? So I'm not going to read the language in Goal 19 here, but it clearly identifies and gives the priority perspective that when we are making decisions, we need to be thinking long-term about the life, the ecosystem, the structure that provides all those benefits that we gain from it as a state. Next slide. And Goal 19 has, as the foundational planning goal here, specific implementation requirements. It calls out the importance of those living marine organisms and identifies the fact that they are served through ecological processes and functions that interact not only with the human uses that are out there, but just in general with our ecosystems. Goal 19 requires us to identify important marine habitats, whether that's benthic habitats or whether that's oceanographic habitats, whereby different species, congregations, or oceanography drives the productivity of the ecosystem. And then it identifies, as we're thinking about potential uses, how the state thinks about areas of importance to uses like fishing, or the other beneficial uses that the ocean provides us through navigation, recreation, food production, the visual resources, right? Goal 19 is the foundational document that we go back to every time we say, consider an amendment to the Territorial Sea Plan. Next slide, please. Which is the next kind of component of our ocean policy and management framework in the state. So while Goal 19 is aspirational, it sets the vision, the Territorial Sea Plan really gets down to the nuts and bolts of how we will make decisions in the ocean, who's a part of that decision-making framework, right? So there's an establishment of the Ocean Policy Advisory Council. That council stewards with my agency's public commission, the Territorial Sea Plan. Right, so there is a process established in the Territorial Sea Plan that guides us to how we think about new uses of the state. So the Territorial Sea Plan provides that contextual information. It provides recommendations for those decision-making processes, and it includes the enforceable policies that we will bring to bear when we have to make decisions. And again, we rely on state authorities and programs, as Jeff mentioned, to actually be kind of the decision-making arm when that happens. Next slide. And the Territorial Sea Plan has many parts, right? So part 1 sets out the management framework. Part 2 provides a resource use and decision-making framework that covers all kind of proposed uses that aren't specifically identified through another part of the Territorial Sea Plan. Part 3 is focused on our rocky habitats, the nearshore intertidal species, and the communities that depend upon a healthy ocean, healthy water quality. Part 4 covers the uses of the seafloor that are most commonly characterized as like undersea cables or other facilities or structures that are occupying space. And Part 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan was developed with marine renewable energy specifically in mind. And those of you who were in the state back in the 2000s period will remember when wave energy was the big kind of industry knocking on our door saying, hey, we want a use of ocean space, right? And so I think of offshore wind as another one of these demands for ocean space that we are trying to create a framework for decision-making around. Next slide, please. So when we developed Part 5, marine renewable energy was a new use. It had not been thought of previously in the ocean. And as a part of that, the state convened a pretty comprehensive conversation around how we should be thinking about this new use of the ocean. But the problem is there were so many different ways that that new use could be expressed that we had a real challenge about how we would understand the impacts or the potential conflicts or compatibilities between that use and the resources that we care about in Goal 19. And so we developed policies, the text part that has standards that is partnered with a map that has area designations associated with kind of concentrations of uses and or resources that were deemed important, and standards were built associated with that map and area designations. And overlays were placed on top of that map for areas where there were concerns that existed throughout the entire territorial sea. So for example, visual impacts, there's an overlay for the entire territorial sea that was instituted in Part 5 that we have yet to actually use as a state, but it is a system for us to have that conversation around what the impacts are and how we will be making that decision. Next slide. So what I've done is I've pulled out just a few of the enforceable policies that are present. And in this instance, they're when we adopt or amend our plans, our state approved plans, and we submit those to NOAA, one of the things that we do with NOAA, who's our kind of overseer at the federal level, is we have a conversation around everything in that amended plan. What is an enforceable policy that was adopted at that time? And so the table that I'm providing here is all of the enforceable policies from Part 5 that were approved by NOAA as enforceable. And if you look at the document of Part 5, there are some big structural things there. It's, again, how does the decision take place, right? The requirement that we have a resource inventory and effects evaluation, a requirement that we have sufficient information to make a decision. And then we have policies that are more specific to the kinds of uses and or resources that, again, Goal 19 gives us that foundational vision for, in terms of how we will be thinking about impacts to, for example, fisheries or the ecological resources or recreation. So this is kind of a cheat sheet. If you want to look at Part 5 together with this list, you can find all of the enforceable policies in Part 5. Now, there are also enforceable policies for the other parts of the Territorial Sea Plan. And when Jeff and I took the lead on our federal consistency review decision earlier this year, it was actually Part 2 of the Territorial Sea Plan that was used to get at our policies. But again, Goal 19 and some of this other work informed how we interpreted those and applied them. Next slide, please. So here are specific examples from Part 5 that demonstrate the language that NOAA has approved. They meet the criteria that Jeff mentioned earlier in terms of it has mandatory language, it has who shall be making the decision, who is acting, and how a review would take place, right? So the sufficiency of resource use and inventory and the effects evaluation really needs to identify both the long-term and short-term effects of a proposed action. The inventory needs to be complete, and the state has the ability to ask for more data if applications are incomplete. And the written evaluation that we get, we need to make sure meets what we need so that we can do that evaluation completely. Next slide, please. Another example is the ecological protection standards. And one of the things we did in the generation of Part 5 is we identified important, sensitive, or unique habitats and or ecological resources. And those were then associated with a standard of review, right? And the standard of review for example, rock resources is that we agencies would apply 1,000-foot buffer between the proposed development and the resources that we identified. And those were included in the maps of Part 5. So if you look at our area designations, all of our important, sensitive, or unique resources were included in the resources and use conservation area, which if you look at the map is, I think, one of the kind of purple color that you would see. So that's an example of how an ecological policy tied on the foundational principle of goal 19 is provided in writing and then is used for a decision-making process. Next slide, please. Here's another example, and you know, as we went through our decision-making process associated with Part 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan, we heard loud and clear that there were concerns from our recreational community, just like we heard concerns from our fishing community and others. And so this is another example of a standard that identifies the fact that we shall protect the recreational resources. Then it identifies what those are. It defines what a significant adverse effect would be, and it defines kind of how we would define a high or important use from a recreational use facility, right? And that again was tied back to a map layer of information that is included in Part 5. Next slide. The last example that I want to highlight is the visual resource protection standards. So we built, as a part of Part 5, the requirement that any proposed change or development out in the ocean would be subject to a resource inventory and effects evaluation from the perspective of a viewshed. And so the state identified through quantifying 144 different viewshed points the quality of the view, and that was modeled out into the ocean. And then the review process identifies the potential change from that standard that was established as a classified viewshed to what would be there if a development were to occur. Next slide. I think this is my last one. So this is, again, just a small sample of the policies, but they all connect back to the foundational principle of Goal 19, and the Territorial Sea Plan as amended is how the state has agreed that it will review the proposal and the standards it will use for those decisions. And I will turn things over to Cynthia.
Thanks, Andy. Hi, everybody. Again, my name is Cynthia Smith with DLCD. A little background. Whoops, if we could just go back a slide before we jump into that. Thanks. A little background. I am the Offshore Wind Energy Policy Specialist. I'm working with Jeff on this project, in particular on the policy assessment. So as Jeff looks at the larger, the broader picture of the roadmap, I'm looking at just one element of that picture, one little component of the picture. And that's going to be the policy assessment and agency capacity. So next slide, please. So again, in House Bill 4080, DLCD was tasked to look at our Oregon enforceable policies for offshore wind energy and then make recommendations. So next slide, please. So what that includes is we're going to be looking at policies related to ocean management, such as what Andy talked about, and then policies applicable to onshore components for the offshore project. We're also going to be looking at agency capacity to address a review of offshore wind. We're going to also look at gaps in our enforceable policies and try to provide mechanisms for addressing those. Let's see here. I want to just go back a little bit. So when you're going through the roundtable, the roadmap process, I'm going to be doing this parallel process, working with local jurisdictions, and we hope to dovetail those and bring that back to you later on. So next slide. So I thought this graphic was good. I know you can't read it. It's fine. It just gives you a perspective of everything that goes into floating offshore wind. A lot of times we think of just what's out in the ocean, that big wind turbine, and the visual aspect of that, but there's so much more that goes into offshore wind development. It's the cables underneath. There might be a floating substation that's out there, but what I'm going to be focusing on is in that upper left corner of what's going on onshore.
near and onshore. Whether it's cable landings or a substation that's online, or it's an extension of transmission or an upgrade of transmission, and also ports. Most everything with this development is, there's a good portion of it that's going to be onshore or near shore. Your ports are going to be just a vital role in the supply chain. If you have a port that's in a jurisdiction that's willing to provide that aspect to the development of offshore wind. It's the manufacturing, the assembly, the installation, and maintenance and service centers. Next slide, please. So I thought I'd bring this slide back, and I added the other goals in there. If you are not familiar with Oregon land use planning, we are governed by an Oregon land use planning program, and we have several statewide planning goals. And as Andy pointed out, goals 16, 17, and 18 apply to onshore development and are regulated by local plans and codes. And cities and counties are going to have estuary policies, shoreside policies, and as indicated by Jeff, that those local plans and policies, some of them are state enforceable policies. So I'm going to be working with state government, state agencies, county governments, and city governments to see where there might be policy gaps and see what's out there. Next slide. So what we're gonna be meeting with all the counties, all the networked agencies and local governments on this. And we're gonna be asking those communities to consider the effects of the coastal uses. And this is just a general kind of grouping of what coastal uses and coastal resources are. And what are the effects on the community, whether it's direct, indirect, or cumulative effects on the community near and onshore? One community such as Florence may see cable landings or a substation, but more than likely they're not going to have port development. And we want the communities to look at this when we meet with them. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is sorry, I'm going to go very high level. I'm not going to go as detailed as Andy did. We could get into the purpose and the statements and everything that the statewide planning goals and those policies, but there's a definite connection with local policies and the statewide planning goals of 16, 17, and 18, and among others, goal 5. But we are planning on meeting with counties, the county-wide first, so counties and their cities who have enforceable policies, and then have an open discussion. We just started this yesterday with Lane County and the city of Florence, and we hope in December that we'll meet with maybe Coos County, Coos Bay, North Bend, Coquille, any of those communities that are able to meet with us and just start talking about that. And this is if or when we may have offshore wind. We're going to ask the counties, the cities and the counties to think about the whole community, the benefits, the consequences when it comes to offshore wind development. What code provisions are in place now? Look at it through their lens. What could be applied to offshore wind development? What's missing? What's needed? What are your gaps? Maybe everything's fine. But we're also going to ask, and want them to consider, what are your concerns? What are your community concerns? What are you hearing from your community, whether it's a ballot measure that just gave an advisory opinion to the county commissioners to object? What are your elected officials saying? We want to take that all in and have those jurisdictions kind of help us look at their enforceable policies. And as noted, we have two opportunities to look at federal consistency on an offshore wind project. It was the leasing opportunity and it's the development. the construction and operation plan development aspect. So we've got about this 5-year window that if we're going to allow anything for those jurisdictions, whether it's just something small or a major port development, and in that aspect, that this is a way for us to sharpen our tools and make sure we're ready when that time comes. And this image here just shows when we're going to be running parallel with the roundtable meetings, and we hope to come back to you with our findings. Another aspect I didn't talk about as much here is that we are, because this was brought up, that we already are polling the state agencies regarding agency capacity when it comes to reviewing these kind of projects. You know, and what it's going to take if they need more staffing. We're also going to ask local communities this as well. We understand that local communities are limited in staff, they're limited in funding, and we just want to understand that and bring a big picture to the state legislature next year. So thanks.
Great. Thank you, Cynthia. Jeff, any other parts of the presentation here?
No, and I know we just brought a lot of information. I know we're almost at lunchtime, so we probably don't have a lot of time for questions, but I'm happy to answer any, or we can together if there's time.
Yeah, I think we've got some time for some clarifying questions on this. And just as hands are flying up, you know, the context on this is the sequence throughout the roundtable that we're going to try, and I'm standing here at the back, sorry to be behind most of you, but is to provide some context and grounding. So we're playing from as much of an even playing field as possible. And in December, so Commissioner Trost, where you're talking about like, what are those uncertainties? We're going to talk about what are our questions? What are the risks? What are uncertainties? So that in January, we can then kind of ask like, okay, given all the risks and uncertainties, what kind of gaps do we have? So then starting like thinking about in February and March, like what are our recommendations for filling those gaps? So that's just kind of the pacing and the sequence on some of this. So this is the info grounding part of this. Next month, what do we care about? Then we think about gaps. So for example, if we're saying, hey, we really want to make sure that if offshore wind is developed, it's developed using fair and local labor. Great, that's a concern that we might put up next month. Then, okay, enforceable policies. We have policy, but that's not the same thing as enforceable policy. Is there a gap? Then how do we want to fill that gap as an example? Okay. All right, I saw a couple of hands here, Jeff. I saw Mike and then Charlie and then Trevor. Let me know when we're ready to pull people from online, okay?
Thanks, Mike Graybill from Charleston. I wasn't aware of this most recent presentation about this capacity assessment. So I had a question relating to it. Given that a number of these statewide planning goals are vested in local planning authorities, will the capacity assessment that DLCD is doing include the capacity assessment, the abilities of the local jurisdictions to handle these kinds of things, or will it just be centered on DLCD and state agencies' capacity to handle it? My experience has been that when a project concept comes to play, a big project concept like Jordan Cove Energy Development, it puts an unbelievable burden of responsibility on local jurisdictions, city and county jurisdictions, to review and make a determination on whether it's enforceable policy. So just checking to see the breadth of your capacity review process.
Thank you for that question. This is Cynthia again. Yes, we are. Like we said, we sent it out to the state agencies, and we have not yet put together our survey for local governments. But I think it's definitely helpful to understand where they're coming from. So we do hope to send that out to our contacts in our network agency or networked local governments at the city and the county level.
Yeah, similar to Mike's question, maybe I saw that a couple of those timelines, like the agency capacity and the local meetings, they end with a draft report. Who is the audience of that report? And then exactly what will that report contain? Will it also include recommendations, or will it just be like, this is what we heard? There's a lot of recommendations and other things that come in report form to different interests, whether it's local government or whether it's a legislature. And what I've noticed a lot of times is that's a report on a shelf unless it's really actionable. And so I'm curious, will it include recommendations for how those sort of capacity decisions get made, allocated, or some of the findings that you get otherwise?
If I can take a first cut, yeah. House Bill 4080 requires us to conduct the assessment of capacity. And so I think the vision at this point is to focus on what is the identified need. And if you have recommendations or suggestions on how to go that next step and go beyond, we're listening. I had a thought that if we could have it at least in some state by February, before the new long session begins, that might be useful information to people out there who are making state funding decisions. But at the moment, there's no firm requirement on when that capacity assessment is formally published. And I think my thought would be that it's included with the roadmap that we're intending to have by September of 25.
And then I'll also add for the enforceable policies, we are tasked to provide recommendations of how to fix those gaps, whether it's adopting a new statute or new rules, or maybe a local government needs to do a comprehensive plan amendment, or a local land use regulation amendment. Those are just, they're going to be recommendations and present that to the state legislature. And I believe we're going to make all that public as far as, yeah.
And then also, Charlie, just by show of thumbs up, does that make sense to you? Perfect. Perfect. Because sometimes as you're used to these advisory groups, you might ask a question, but you might have an answer to the question. So I might turn it back around just to make sure it's like, hey, did we actually get at it? That way, the pressure is not on you. You all don't have to solve everything, right? That's what this group is for.
And like we said, I think the first meeting, this is a work in progress.
Totally.
So we're working we're figuring it out as we go.
And we're all in it together.
It's together.
Yeah. Ramfis.
Yeah. Thanks for the presentation. I feel like each time I hear or get a presentation from this, I feel like I learned something new, and it's still like navigating something for the first time. It's like those instructional manuals, I just like throw them away because they're just too complicated. But I guess what I'm struck here and noticing some of the language and the metaphors being used, a lot about like managing, like harvesting type language. I don't see like language in the development of this territorial sea plan that says no, or just the preservation of conservation for conservation itself. It seems to be in the construct of conservation coexisting with commercial activity. Hopefully I'm not like misunderstanding that. I'm sure there's a history of that. But one of the things that struck me in reading all these details and plans is just the language around having sort of well-trained professionals out there, and just very little language about that. And I could see the logic of that. You know, we would assume if you're going to have users in the ocean, you want them to be trained to do X, Y, and Z, whatever they're performing, whether it's a submerged cable, whether it's a turbine, whether it's fishing. I would assume you would want, one, a process that would ensure the individuals that are working out there are trained, that they know their profession really well, that they know the laws and regulations of the territorial sea plan, of other rules and regulations that are really important across the sea. But to be frank, it seems really barely minimal in terms of anything detailing about what you expect those well-trained professionals. So I sort of kind of wonder, is a territorial sea plan really just a reflection of just the users who provide the inputs? Is it really DLCD in a vacuum, or is the gap around things like well-trained professionals just because there haven't been historically a bunch of inputs from stakeholders. So I guess I'm just kind of, I guess my question is really broader about like the construction over time of the territorial sea plan, like if it's really just a byproduct of inputs, and maybe the gaps are because there just haven't been inputs from other stakeholders who maybe would speak to the well-trained professionals aspects. So anyway, sorry for my sort of meta question here.
Yeah, thank you, Ranfis, for that observation. And I guess in my experience working with the Ocean Policy Advisory Council and working with their own advisory body, the Scientific and Technical Advisory Committee, that the state does bring to bear subject matter expertise in situations where it doesn't have it readily available. And we strive to continue to learn as we partake in these conversations in a process of amendment and improvements to our territorial sea plan. And I think that's why we structure our decision-making process holistically, right? For almost each part of the territorial sea plan where there is a decision-making process that's described, it does attempt to pull in local governments. It does intend to pull in the scientific experts as a part of that process, right? So there's part 5 has the requirements to create what's called a joint agency review team. So we pull in all of the expertise from our partnering agencies, right? It's not just DLCD acting alone when we are considering something. We bring to our experts to bear with us, right? If it's an energy question, we reach out to Department of Energy. If it's a fish and wildlife related question or habitat related question, ODF&W is our experts, and they participate with us as we go through the process of thinking about the reasonably foreseeable effects, both potentially positive and negative, of any proposed action. So I would say if there's not that kind of perspective easily apparent, I think it is tried to be woven into how the state does make decisions together, kind of as communities of individuals who are well versed in understanding either the geography or the subject matter expertise, right? Part 4 of the territorial sea plan, as an example, was developed in collaboration with the undersea cable kind of industry. And they have the expertise that's known and associated with what kind of equipment it takes to, for example, route a cable, and we required that the cable industry interact with our fishing industry so that there was the best routing possible for the minimization of impacts, which early on, and when cables were in new use, there was the proposal that we're just going to lay it on the seabed and fishermen are going to have to work around it. That didn't fly for our stakeholders. That didn't fly for continued use, the balance of use and development. And so we have requirements in Part 4 that require burial. That not only protects the cables for the industry, but it also enables the multiple uses of the ocean, right? So that didn't happen in a vacuum. That happened with the cable industry meeting with the experts from our fishing industry and coming up with the standards and the process that we would use for that decision. So we certainly try and pull in that whenever possible.
Great, thank you, Andy. And then if it's okay, I see Joshua online. Rick, I see you got the mic. Joshua and Rick, if you could keep your questions for DLC super tight, have you asked them both? And DLC, if you just answer them pretty briefly as well, I'd like to get folks to lunch. So Joshua first, if it's okay, Rick, and then I got you.
Yeah, thanks, Bobby. Joshua Basso from Climate Solutions. Thank you, Jeff and Andy, for that presentation. Always learning more about consistency review. My question is, when you talked about the requirements for enforceable policies, one of the things you mentioned was the enforceable policy can't preempt federal law. And I'm wondering, for things where you have a different standard between, a different federal standard from the state standard, so like a water quality standard, a listed species, a different standard for like an oil release, that's not a preemption issue, right? The state standard is what's followed. Is that correct?
And Jeff, can you hold that and then let Rick ask his question and answer them both at the same time? Okay.
Mine may be pretty quick. How many of these enforceable standards are something you could look at a map and say, okay, you can't put cables in that area, or you can't put, wind development structures in this area? In other words, we would be able to know today there are certain areas that are excluded for cables and other structures.
So federal or state, what happens when it's different? And then the spatial.
Yeah. To Joshua, let me get back to you on that because that's a great question and I don't want to misspeak. So let's mark that one as one to come back to. Okay. And Rick, to your question, Andy, I'm going to step on for just a sec. Part 5 of the territorial sea plan goes out to 3 nautical miles and it has maps. And so if you want to do development within that first 3 miles, those are already mapped where certain standards apply versus not. And some of them would, disqualify, essentially. And I think similarly, we look at the visual standards as well. Those do extend beyond the 3 nautical mile line.
Right.
But when it comes to onshore, there's a lot of enforceable policies that I don't believe I don't think we have where we can just say, okay, City of Florence, they're not, they can or they cannot have, we don't have that mapped when it comes to local codes.
But it sounds like there might be an interest in having some things mapped.
Yeah, well, for example, for estuaries, we have essentially zoned the estuaries where there are development areas, conservation areas, and natural areas. And similarly, there are going to be policies that differ there. But in terms of, here's a map of the beach from Coos Bay to Newport, and here are the places you can put cables and the places you can't, that does not currently exist.
Great. Thank y'all. I don't want lunch to get cold because the folks here at the casino and the tribe have worked really hard to feed us. So thank you all very, very much for that. So yeah, let's give you a round of applause. Thank you. So for folks online, we're gonna reconvene. Are folks feeling okay? We got 45 minutes. We're running about 15 behind. Are folks okay coming back at 1:15 or does that feel too rushed? That's fine. Okay, let's reconvene here at 1:15. For folks online, feel free to take a step away, but we ask that you stay logged into Zoom if at all possible. Just kind of mute your video, mute your audio. For folks here in the room, food is right next door. Because of the storm and kind of lower numbers here, for this one time only, we would love to provide food for our guests as well. So feel free to just grab food next door. If you let me know about dietary restrictions, just come find me or find one of the hotel staff. As you sit down, I'd encourage you to sit down to some folks you don't know. Have a conversation, really search out someone you don't know. We'll be back here at 1:15. Enjoy. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, sorry. The room is to the back and that way. Follow Joe. Joe knows where he's going. Yeah, that way, Joe. Follow Mike. Yeah, everything. This is our space. The entire space is ours all day. I'll make sure I'm here. Hey, Turner, are you able to hear me at all?
Yes, I can now.
Okay, great. We don't know how magically we did this, Turner, but we did exactly the same thing that happened last time is, oh, you got it now. Okay. Hey folks online, we're getting started a little bit later. We should have expected that. So we'll probably get started around 1:30. So give us 5 more minutes and we'll start calling people in. Thanks for your patience. All right, everybody, welcome back. Let's go ahead and get settled in and we'll get started with the afternoon. Hey, John. Great. Hey, Turner. There was a request, I think, online to address the volume on the handheld mics in the room. Does this feel louder than it was?
It's good. A lot of it depends on where you're
I'm gonna
holding the
talk
microphone.
more like Andy talks. That
Yeah.
just nice and soft.
Yeah.
Not
If,
like,
if can you hear
not
me?
like loud guy Bobby. Yeah, Turner, we got you just fine. I think that'll
Okay.
do. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and get started. When you're with a Castellanos Cochrane meeting, we start when we start. If you're here, you're here, and we're go. All right. So Trevor, if you wouldn't, and actually if you're online, can I get you to just give me a video kind of hello? Give me a quick hand wave. Yeah, Kevin, that's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. Hey, Bill. Hey, Eva. Welcome. Hey, Casey, Joshua, Gina. All right, Don. Cool. All right, we got our online crew is here. And our in-person crew will filter in just as soon as they can. All right, Trevor, if you wouldn't mind sharing your screen and kind of moving forward to the visioning instructions. So as I forecasted a little bit this morning, we've talked a lot with you. We've had some good feedback. We've been here in full session together. And in this next stage, we're going to move into small group breakouts and try and do two things. One, we want to ask particularly Nick Edwards exactly what he thinks about. So I'm just picking on you guys. That's all I'm doing. What does a future look like where we do have turbines off the Oregon coast, and we're happy with that? And what does a future look like where we do not have turbines off the Oregon coast, and we're happy with that? All right, that could be a push. Any of those futures may not be what you actually want. That's okay. I'm asking you to play our game. And what we're really after is what are the characteristics of that? So for example, if you're really interested in kind of the opportunities for business, the economic opportunities, what does it look like in a scenario where you don't have offshore wind turbines, but you're happy about it because we've actually developed really robust supply chain that's increasing local jobs and economic opportunity? Or what does the future look like where we do have turbines and you're happy about it because we've actually put in all the protections for marine mammals and culture and visual resources that we might imagine are needed? All right. So really what we're after is just, I just gave you examples. I'm not right. As examples, but those are the characteristics. So basically, if you almost like as you were drawing it, like what would those short characteristics be in either scenario? Yeah, Mike. Hold on, let me get you a mic. Sorry. Thank you, Jeff.
Can I get clarification on use of terminology here?
Yeah.
Because are we talking about using the ocean to produce renewable energy, or are we talking about wind turbines? Because turbines are only one way to use the ocean to produce renewable energy. And given that Oregon has invested so intensively already in producing electricity using the ocean with waves, the two different technologies are totally different.
I hear you.
And so what outcome are you hoping for? Are you hoping for us to put turbines in the water and evaluate how happy I'll be when there's turbines in the water, or how happy I'll be when there's electricity coming from renewable energy that's sourced in the ocean?
I appreciate the reframe. Jeff, do you want to take that one? Because we framed this entire exercise up around floating wind turbines dropping themselves in the water or not dropping themselves in the water.
Yeah,
not multiple forms of renewable energy, but go ahead.
Yeah, let me take a run at this. So because our roadmap is focused on offshore wind, that is what we're here to talk about. We are trying to understand, and I don't use the phrase, and we're happy about it. I use more of the frame of, we don't have regrets. So if there was a future that included offshore wind turbines off of Oregon, what would the no regrets outcome look like? And if we have another scenario, which is we decided not to pursue offshore wind turbines, or they didn't happen here, and we don't have regrets about it, maybe one reason why we wouldn't have regrets would be because we had some alternative ocean energy that we thought was a better fit. And that could be part of, for you, how you would describe a no regrets outcome of not having wind turbines. And then we would get to the next part of the exercise that Bobby's going to talk about, which is what are the steps along the path to that future that would have no regrets for you? Did that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, this is explicitly asking y'all to step outside comfort zones. Right. And so how the exercise that we've designed it's going to work is we'll send you, and I just want to check permissions on this one real quick. So I just noticed how much great stuff you've accumulated over the course of the day over your tables, and we need to draw on things. So we have 4 tables set up in the breakout rooms. So for in-person, I was going to send you to the breakout rooms. For folks online, that means they're going to be off camera. All right, we're going to have 4 online breakout rooms. And so we'll get all of that experience. The public and broader community will have a chance to observe both online and here. But literally, we're setting folks off to the side room. I don't want to hear about it later. So I'm just saying, hey, if there's anybody that has a challenge with that, let me know. Otherwise, we'll clear things. But my preference is to do that because there's the space to do this. Are folks okay with that? Okay, thank you. So we have 2 blank pieces of paper. One is wind turbines are located in Oregon, wind turbines are not located. How would you draw success? We're going to have you ask both of those questions for 20 minutes. And then I'm going to ask you to switch. So you're going to move from one table to the next table, and then you're going to see what that prior group did. And you're going to add on to that first group's vision. And so part of that is one group may think very differently than you. They might provide ideas that you had never thought of, and you're just adding on to that. You're not saying, oh, that first group's work was totally wrong. You're not commenting on that first group. You're just adding it to. Okay. Any questions on how that'll work? And I'll describe the second part of the exercise.
What do you mean by making a little list?
Sorry,
of
yeah,
things,
list.
or...
There's Post-its, there's pens. Your moderator can take notes on it, but literally it's a blank piece of paper that says a future with wind turbines and a future with no wind turbines.
And when you say 20 minutes, it's 20 minutes for both options, like 10 minutes for each?
Correct.
Okay.
And you'll get 2 cracks at that. That's right. Yep. And then give me the next slide. One more. One more. The second part of the exercise then is if we've defined 2 very different destinations that the roadmap could lead us to, how did we get to those destinations? What were the key decisions or conversations along the way from the stages of planning for offshore wind? Underneath the talking piece, it says siting, constructions, operations, decommissioning. Don't take this diagram literally, but you can see the idea of an exit ramp, that somewhere along the way, there was a reason why we took a pause. We got more information, we did stuff, and then we came back onto the roadmap and led us to that alternate future with turbines or that alternate future without turbines. Okay? And part of this is, I don't want to give you too many instructions, but it's really to let your imaginations go on describing what a future with wind and a future without wind looks like? And then how did we get there? Wei, did I describe that clearly enough? Anything you might add that I missed?
I was just thinking happy children when you're talking about what we want to see.
Yeah, that's fine. That's a great example of what could go on a piece of paper for any of those two futures, right? All right, any questions before each of these will be moderated. So in just a second here, I'm going to send the moderators to find their tables. Online, you guys are going to do the exact same thing, and between Trevor and Turner and Eva and Andy will be your four moderators. Okay? All right, so in-room moderators, Sophia, Hui, Cynthia, Jeff, go ahead and find your tables next door. And then in room, I'm not assigning you to tables, so just go find the table next door that you like. For any of our members from Mapleton High School, I don't know if you guys are going to do your own exercise. Jeff, did you talk about them doing? Okay, I'm going to come back and coach you guys a little bit on doing this exact same exercise yourself. And then any other members of the broader community, you're welcome to observe next door, no problem. All right, ready? Break. Go ahead and find your table next door. And it'll be about 8 people per table. All right. hey, folks on the live stream, apologies. You're looking at a room that appears empty, but there's lots of really fun stuff happening. Online, we have 4 groups in breakouts. Any member of the broader community that's online has been welcome to join any of those online breakouts. We also have a breakout room where we've sent our in-person roundtable folks, and any member of the broader community there has been able to join. And so if you're doing a live stream, you're missing all that action. And so I think our plan right now is you have a camera here on the, and you're gonna have the rest of the people here. So like up there, that's not what people are gonna see, okay? So you're speaking to your 2 audiences here. So come take exactly the mark where I was. Yeah, right there. And then I'll have you introduce yourselves in just a second. No one's gonna hear you online without a mic. All right. Okay, the mic is hot, so don't say anything you don't want on the cover or the front page, okay? There you go. There you go. And hold on, I'm gonna bring everyone in here to take a watch. Hold on. Let me get everybody. Hey gang. It's time. We've got the crew from Mapleton High School is gonna present theirs first, and then we're gonna take a break. But they gotta get on the road to go to school, so. Yeah, so, hey, Mapleton, can you guys see me okay? All right, yeah.
And we can hear you no matter which way you're facing, just for the record.
Perfect, yeah. So face a little bit more this way, towards me, just a little bit towards me. Yeah, right there. Yeah. And well, we might, anyway, we'll figure it out. No. Would you want that done to you? All right. And then I'm just seeing if the camera moves a little bit as I speak and seeing if it finds me. Figure it out. Okay. Do we have everybody here? All right. And then where did Andy go? Trevor, have we started the recording?
Yes, you are recording.
We are recording. Great. And Andy, did we start the live stream, or somebody, did we start the live stream again? Okay, great. All right. So how did that go for everybody? All right.
Brain dead.
Brain dead. It was a lot of work, right? Well, the Mapleton High School team was doing the exact same thing that we came up with at the back of the room as well. So will you guys introduce yourselves really quickly, and then tell us what your yes scenario and no scenario look like and how you got there?
So my name's Morgan Milbrit, and I'm a senior from Mapleton High School.
I'm Dominic Stewart. I'm a senior at Mapleton High School.
Nisachi, Ramil Sining, Sha'ushwang Kwa Kwa Kuichin Heat, Sha'ushwang Kla'ai. I'm Ramil Beers. I'm a Sayusla and Lower Kwa person from Sayusla territory. I am a junior at Mapleton High School, and I'm going to be talking about what does the no regrets look like when we do have offshore wind energy. So some things we wrote down were the renewable energy. Like, I feel like that's the big goal, is having a renewable energy source. It creates jobs. It doesn't take up land mass, which is always something to talk about. Lower energy prices, habitat for certain species, because we're thinking about like how in Bali they have rafts that they put out for fish to go under, and habitat, that create more habitat for them. Proper environmental assessments have been done. STEM studies and experiments, so seeing how this new type of energy would work. An economy boost, marine life habitats not negatively affected, which I feel like is a big one that we all care about. The tribes are being respected. This one's especially important to me as a tribal person. I like having our voices heard. And then money comes back to the communities. I feel like that's a big one we would like to see happen to if we do the wind energy.
So like I said, my name is Morgan and I'm going to be doing like, what does no regrets look like without the wind turbines? So obviously to start, it would be the natural beauty stays maintained. A lot of what we talked about is people come to Oregon to see the natural beauty that I feel like we've kind of lost in a lot of other places. And I feel like here it's maintained really well and it's just really nice to see. Natural habitats stay the same. You know, they're not being affected by these wind turbines, obviously, if we don't have them. Money is saved on construction. And also, if we don't have these wind turbines, other technology for renewable energy is being researched and new stuff about that is being discovered. Also, boats and fishing wouldn't be impacted. So boats kind of having like maybe safe distances that they need to stay away from the wind turbines isn't a concern anymore. And obviously that's going to affect fishing. So fishing wouldn't be affected. And then kind of similar here, environment stays unaffected. And here too, the tribes are being respected and people's voices are being heard and valued as we make this decision. And then lastly, animal habits are uninterrupted. So like one thing that got brought up was whale migration, and any other migrations or just little habits that animals might have would be uninterrupted by not having these wind turbines. Yeah, sure. Switch. Okay, this is for no windmills. Okay, so this is our pathway of what it would be like if we had no windmills. So kind of our first initial thought here, we still do want some type of renewable energy. And then that kind of guides us to what does that mean for habitats, cost of energy as it is now, and how it would be with a new renewable energy source. And then this obviously leads to kind of what we're doing now, meetings and general consensus. And then for kind of our loop-de-loop of maybe what would stop this from happening is any pushback from maybe this still being put in place regardless of kind of stuff that happens here. Like maybe the project does just end up getting put through for whatever reason. And then for both paths here, an alternative renewable energy is found. There's maybe a pitch for that happens. And then research and development is done on that, which will guide us to hopefully a new renewable energy resource, but in this case, without the wind turbines.
Okay, and I have for the yes turbines. So obviously the start of this is renewable energy, finding a renewable energy source, and then kind of going through cost and like what jobs this can these new windmills could create, or the turbines. Next thing we would like to talk about is location, and then infrastructure, I feel like, is a big one that could lead to our loop-de-loops. We're kind of talking back there about how the other windmills have put up, they had to make their own boats, like massive boats, to put them into construction. And that for their windmills that were smaller than ours, so we'd have to kind of do a similar type of thing, but make it on a bigger scale. And then also there's always a chance that you're building somewhere and then you find out that there's an endangered species that goes right through there, or like a migration or something that goes through there, and that will always stop construction. And then, so both these ways lead to new technology, whether it be the boats and the windmills alone, because they are new technology. And then we have installation and transportation, because that's also a really big one, because it's kind of, I feel like it'd be hard to build 1,000 feet tall windmills in the middle of the ocean. So you'd have to kind of definitely talk about the transportation of these resources and how you're installing them. And then successful installation, which leads to your final product, which are the windmills. So that's what our Mapleton class came up with. And yeah, that's it.
Nice. So hold on, just say, oh, there it is. All right. Before you leave, I'm going to check in with your colleagues to see if they want to add anything. Would you mind just kind of showing your maps to the folks at home on the camera? There you go. Anybody want to add anything? Any other kind of thoughts? Opportunity for Mike. All right. None of these guys would say no to an opportunity for a mic. All right. Great. Well, thank you all very, very much. How many folks in the room talked about similar kinds of themes? Show of hands. Yeah, so a lot of people were talking about similar kinds of themes. So we're going to take a quick 10-minute stretch break. Does 10 minutes feel like enough? I'm kind of balancing respect for how long we've had you and then trying to get you on the road before it gets too dark. Let's take 10 minutes, which puts us back here at 3:20. And then we'll do report outs from where we got. So thank you all. We'll see you at 3:20. I know. Yeah. That's why. You should see the. Yeah. She was very concerned about be careful. All right. All right, everybody, let's come back together here for the home stretch. All right. And Trevor, can you take the spotlight off us here in the room? All right, there we go. All right, Turner, are you back with us?
Yep.
Hey. Perfect. Can you give us an audio check and just say something funny?
No. It's too late in the day.
Put you on the spot.
That's all right. I give you a drum
All
solo
right.
though.
Cool. So I'm really curious to get just a snapshot of what some of the visions y'all came up with. There's so much good stuff on the sheets that you put together. We're going to take pictures of all of that, so you'll get to see the raw notes from all the different groups. So we'll share that, not just the synthesized notes. But I think for the report out, what we wanted to hear is just like, what were one or two or three kind of broad themes that you came up with in your vision? And what's like maybe one thing that surprised you in a good way? And then I think the third thing is anything that came up that warrants a deeper conversation. Okay, so those are the three things. Yep, just 2 to 3 broad themes. What's one thing that kind of surprised you? And what's 1 or 2 things that you really think warranted deeper conversation in future roadmap meetings? Jeff, did I get that right? Those are the 3 general prompts that we were after? Okay, great. Everyone who with their teams had talked about reporting out, so I'm going to go by moderator. So Andy, I'll start with you, and then Trevor, I'll go with you. And then we'll do 2 in the room, and then we'll go back and forth. So Andy, or whoever kind of agreed to do the report out for your room, what'd you come up with? Oh, so Julia is gonna do that. Great.
It just
Julia,
took me a second. It took me a second to get off mute.
Yeah,
But
you're
I
all
mean,
right.
the structure of the report back though is the new information for me. So I gotta like kind of synthesize.
It's not going to be that it's just not going to be that satisfying. I'm gonna say it's like you guys just did a gob ton of work, and I'm giving you 20 minutes to do it, right? So yeah, do your best, Julia.
Well, I mean, actually, this task is a little easier than trying to summarize everything we talked about. So that there is
All right.
that. So the
Well,
broad themes, top 3 or so broad themes. I'd say were that, you know, kind of regardless of the things, kind of the broad themes are kind of the thing that surprised me too. The broad themes are that kind of regardless of whether the outcome is offshore wind or not, that there be really good processes that are science-based and transparent, and that deeply engage community and tribes throughout the entire process. That there be, you know, if offshore wind moves forward, we avoid, minimize, and mitigate damages as much as possible on every kind of front. That there's and that there be, you know, community benefit, including, you know, renewable energy as a positive outcome. So I guess what surprised me was actually how similar, when it came to the part we were talking about the processes, like the things that would need to happen for this outcome to occur. The processes are pretty similar. You know what I mean? We need to do really good tribal engagement, community engagement. We need to have a good science-based approach. And it's like, and that's how we're going to determine if the trade-offs are worth it or not, you know? And so the process kind of either way was rather similar. And I think that, you know, and it seemed to me like there was also a really strong commitment, and this might be the surprise of not getting offshore wind did not negate a goal for having a clean energy future, and finding alternative ways to achieve those goals if we're not going to do it with offshore wind, which I thought was really good that we weren't willing to walk away from those positive outcomes of the pro offshore wind outcome. We're like, well, we still want to electrify. We still want to get to renewable energy. So what does that look like? So I liked that the non-offshore wind outcome still had a clean energy outcome associated with it, because that's what our vision included. And that was surprising, and well, not surprising, but that was really nice to know that that's, you know, a shared collective vision. A deeper dive, and this is my take on what the deeper dive is from our group. I mean, I like, we didn't talk about what we thought we collectively should go deeper on. So this is just the Julia DeGraw take on deeper dive. It feels to me like there's just this gigantic question mark around what are the energy needs, what are rated energy needs for between the 3 states on the coast, and how do we kind of, because really we really do want how we're addressing our energy needs to be informed by real information, and we just don't have systems that are good at like giving us that information in a systemic way. But I feel like that's an area where, like, you know, really identifying regional energy needs and how, you know, this fits into it feels like an area that's just very like would maybe require a deeper dive. But that was just my like knee-jerk response to that prompt from just a few minutes ago. So anyone else on our team want to add anything that I really omitted, or you know, is there anything I missed that's really big? Okay.
Yeah, Andy's coming on, Julia.
Yeah, hi,
Okay.
Julia. I think the one thing I would add is, in addition to understanding regional energy needs, the regional cumulative impacts perspective as informed by the best available science and monitoring. So
Oh yeah, I was Yeah, the monitoring being really, really important so that we can have strong adaptive management, because the only way the positive vision of offshore wind works is if it's adaptive, because like we're not going to be able to answer every single question before it happens, but we need to be able to make sure that there's really strong adaptive monitoring and then adaptive management practices to make sure it can stay responsible, you know, as it's actually happening.
Thank you. All right. Trevor, what'd your team come up with? Let me get you a mic.
So if anybody in my team wants to speak up, go for it. Maybe raise your hand. So I guess the major points that we talked about, our conversation for both parts kind of centered around data availability and acquiring that data, specifically throughout the entire process, identifying knowledge gaps and then identifying who's going to be deciding on how we direct those resources to have a data-driven approach to fill in those knowledge gaps. A lot of what we talked about was also echoed by the previous group. Adaptive management is a big concern. We're going through this roadmap process right now, but what does that mean in the future with wind turbines specifically? Is there still an adaptive management framework in place for concerns to be raised for all the stakeholders here throughout the entire life cycle process of the wind turbines? Or without wind turbines, again, similar to the previous group, talking about a clean energy future without wind turbines, it seemed like the option for that was not taken off the table. But with that, say, for example, wave power, our group still wanted to see a process played out that is similar to this roadmap, where if wave power is the future, there was still a platform for all stakeholders to basically input their wants and their needs, a part of that separate process if there are no wind turbines. I would say for surprising, not surprising, but again, nice to hear. With our perceived vision of no wind turbines, how does it look like if Oregon is still a part of the supply chain? Say if a wind is being developed not off the Oregon coast, but in Northern California or in different states. Are the local communities still a part of that supply chain? So that was part of our conversation of the no wind turbine future. And then I'll highlight again, for those in my group, please raise your hand if you want to chime in. For the deeper conversation, I'm going to go back to data because we spent a lot of time on not a specific waypoint, but maybe defining what the waypoint is going to be in terms of these confidence intervals of data. So at some point, there's going to be a part of developing wind power. There's going to be a need to say, okay, this is enough data. We're going to have to move forward with some type of development. So who's going to make that decision? Who's going to decide that our level of confidence with the data that we have is enough to move forward? And so that was a concern as one of the waypoints, and probably would warrant a deeper conversation. So if anybody else wants to chime in, go for it.
Yeah, thanks for that, Trevor. I heard from both groups this idea of like moving forward along the roadmap is about certainty and is about information. Like those things, I heard both of those kinds of themes. Wade, do you feel like Joe?
Okay, so I think for broad
Joe, sorry,
themes.
before you get too warmed up, like 3 giant steps forward for the video camera. Thank you.
Am I visible yet?
Not yet. There you are.
Okay.
There you are. Oh, actually, you were actually just fine. There you are.
So 3 broad themes, or I guess we have, well, unless someone thinks of a third one, I had across both scenarios, across the no wind and wind, a thriving fishery and thriving healthy ecosystem were really important across the board. I think maybe another one would be thriving communities, lots of money being made, the community's doing well, lots of apprenticeship, lots of skilled workers, all that kind of stuff. And then I guess the third one would maybe be transparency in communication between the tribes and the fishing industry and BOEM and all the entities. So maybe we're getting some of that done today. I'm not sure. So those are some of the three broad themes. Anyone else have any comments from my group on that? No. Surprises. I guess one surprise for me and maybe was we talked a little bit about decommissioning, if there was going to be infrastructure in the water, what would that look like? And it sounds like it would be complicated because there could be sustaining the infrastructure for some period of time through refurbishing the turbines, or when there's new technology replacing that. But eventually, maybe there'd be new technology sometime down the road that we don't even know about, we can't even think about, that would necessitate taking it completely out of the water. So it's something I hadn't really thought about. So I don't know if it's a surprise, just something I haven't really thought about. Any other surprises for people in my group that you want to bring up? Oh, okay. The final thing was for more discussion. I think in the no turbine scenario, there were a lot of ideas about like not renewable energy, but also, one person actually put a comment down like we need to rethink maybe nuclear or coal. So that sounds pretty extreme, but there's some people thought that and should be a consideration. And then also, if we do go down the route of renewable energy that's not turbine, there's a lot of comments about wave energy. There's thoughts about micro production of energy, because Hans brought up an example of he has a little water turbine in a stream next to his house, and like, well, why don't we just do more of that all over? And think about energy conservation. So there was all kinds of ideas about non-renewable energy that we thought about that could definitely be explored in a lot more detail. I think that's all I have, unless anyone else from the group has.
Yeah, we also talk about at the planning stage, cost benefit analysis to understand, consider yes or no. And yeah, if we say no, we're talking like the same as those kids, what kind of other type of renewable energy we should consider. And maybe encouraging small scales, community-based or household energy efficiency project. If we not going offshore wind, maybe it should be wind turbines on land, or government should think about subsidies, how to encourage those small community-based projects that they can also back up yourself. Let's say if earthquake happen, you're 72 hours by yourself. So if you have something in your household that can help you to survive those 3 days before the government can help you, so that could be also a possibility. So this offshore wind discussion lead to something else on the small base community. Yeah, but cost benefit analysis, this is also important.
Great.
To talk about.
Cool. Thank you, Natalia. Sophia's team.
Or be it for me to be the spokesperson, but I got drafted into this. I guess I could start with the surprises, and I'll just offer them as my own surprises because I haven't had occasion to confer with other members of my group. But one of the things I was surprised by is that a lot of Post-it notes showed up on the turbines as well as the no turbines outcome. Things like good, well-paying jobs. And it could be an outcome that could be achieved with or without wind turbines, but the path that you would get there would be a different path. So that was a little bit of a surprise to me, because entering this polarized world that we live in, I expected there to be pretty clear distinctions between the two sides. Another surprise to me was a new term I learned, which was called agency capture. And we needed to avoid agency capture, which means that the regulated community infiltrates and pretty much dominates the regulators. And so that meant that put an emphasis of discussion on having objective, comprehensive information available to make upon which to base decisions. A couple of the themes is that one theme I learned is that the no turbines option doesn't necessarily mean no participation in the sector. That there's and the no turbine option doesn't mean that you didn't try. And the path that we developed for the no turbine option had lots of exit ramps, but it means we tried this and determined that didn't work. We tried that, we determined that didn't work. So it means that there was a path for Oregon to experiment and attempt to make it fit in our context. But as long as those exit ramps were in place, one of the outcomes might be no turbines. And I had one more thing. And the thing worth more discussion is there was quite a bit of interest in the whole business of what role Oregon can play in the supply chain. And that could be anywhere from software development for managing the flow of energy. It could be fabrication of cables. It could be something like shipbuilding for the service supply vessels. But it was very important to have that those activities be scaled appropriately to the physical environment of our coast. Anything else?
He asked me to make a few things, so I'm just going to add just a few things about what surprised me. Also, the rethinking of nuclear. A number of people in our group were thinking that because the potentially smaller footprint. I'll just say maybe this shouldn't have surprised me, but I think those kids did like way better than we did, and I was super impressed. And I shouldn't have been surprised. That's really hopeful that they did such a great job. But a few things that I think merit a further conversation from our group that came up was the idea of revenue sharing for communities as a concept, that could be possibly a fruitful economic model that's different from community benefits agreements that's more sustainable. Also, the merit of the pilot project as a way to build trust and learning that could be a benefit. And finally, the benefit of learning from the state of California and what they're doing, what the pitfalls are going to be, and what the successes are going to be. So I think those are some things that merited further conversation.
Great. Thanks for that, Anne. Thanks for that, Mike. As part of the prompt around like what warrants a deeper dive, we're starting to think around like where might we want some work groups as well. So be thinking about that, right? So if the theme around information and science is coming up, maybe that's starting to point to a work group. Or if there's something around supply chain, maybe that's starting to point towards a work group. So we don't need to decide that today, but be listening for those kinds of things that really do need a deeper dive and a dedicated focus. Okay, Turner, let's go to your group, and then Eva, I'll go to you after Turner's group, and then we'll come back to the room.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, sound great.
Okay, well, Bill kindly volunteered to take the lead on reporting out, and if you all don't mind, I'm going to share the screen so he has the benefit of our notes to see.
And Turner did a great job of typing while being looked at. So I'm impressed with him willing to do that. So we get the video up. One of the challenges. Get it up?
Oh, there we go.
There we go. One of the challenges going towards the end, when you're working with a bunch of very smart people, you end up saying a lot of the same things. Now, one of the things that is mentioned, we looked at what was the process, what would be a good outcome with turbines or without turbines, and it's mentioned by other people. We saw that there was a lot of similarities. In fact, what we started with was to look at what were the benefits that would have accrued from offshore wind as described by the Department of Energy's 2022 study. And the thought was that if there were no turbines out there, we would want those to be still available. Now, the benefits of having the turbines, if it was going to be the right way, it'd have to be number of density of turbines would be minimal impact to marine life, especially to birds. Developing enough renewable energy to meet Oregon's needs, so that actually have got a good outcome from this, but it needs to be very sustainable. Looked at educational workforce developments had to be locally met, so we got those benefits. And tribal cultural traditions are protected and supported. And it's again, as we said, under both the with turbines and other without. And then it's important to make sure that we had mitigation measures that are achievable, that are designed right and effective in reducing the impacts. There's easy to say, well, we'll just do the mitigations, but we have to make sure they're real. We also said the energy produced needs to be affordable for local use. And if it's sold from out of state, maybe it should be used to subsidize local affordability. We want to make sure, kind of along those lines, the local communities are not bearing the costs in excess of what benefits there are, the larger benefits. And the broader benefits have to also accrue to the state society as well, which is specifically, for example, returning a reduction in global warming. Now, as we said, it could be both with and without. But then the upgrade, for example, upgrades to onshore transmission facilities will allow for greater use of onshore renewables for wind and solar. Now, next slide. Without the wind turbines, and again, we're seeing developed enough renewable energy elsewhere to meet Oregon's needs, and done that in a sustainable manner. So if we didn't have wind turbines out there, we were still not going to be having to buy it from elsewhere or put off a change. Again, educational workforce development still would be locally being met. So we do have reason for the next generation to want to stick around and be part. Tribal cultural traditions are protected. If there were no wind turbines out there, make sure that it's all going to be shared properly. Again, as it really is applicable at this very moment, achieving energy resilience and reliability on the Oregon coast. Now, I'm sitting in Brookings, and I don't think it's quite as windy as it's up there, but making sure that we do have power here today. Looked at policies that are in place to support energy efficiency and conservation, since that's basically the cheapest way to produce more energy. And then upgrades to the grid are still implemented to allow maximum use of onshore renewables, as pointed out in the ODO study. Now, we then went on to the roadmap.
Bill, as you're going through this, don't worry about giving us everything. Just give us a couple highlights.
Sorry. Yeah.
You're good.
Well, the highlight on the roadmap was noted that the diagram there is missing an actual off-ramp to no project. And there are a variety of things that could affect the no project, but we need to fix that. And other people had mentioned that it was, in fact, you can have things that don't fit. Big thing is early and active consultations, maybe having opponents help with solving the problems, the overall problem. The last thing is the baseline is changing. And so we have the ocean is changing. It'll continue to change. So make sure that we do inventories, we stay on top of things, we have good dynamic, good data, and work from there. So I'll stop with that. I don't know if anybody else has anything to add.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. Turner, anybody else on your team?
Anyone?
All right,
sure
Eva, what'd your team come up with? And don't worry, again, just quick highlights on things. Don't worry about kind of emphasizing stuff other folks have said. What'd you come up with that was new or different?
Thank you. We talked a lot about community benefit agreements, which is, I think it's already come up, but something sort of unique we talked about was having community resilience hubs or microgrids so that the benefit of the energy produced goes directly to support the local communities. And we talked a little bit about the complexities that came with that, but that at the end of the day, the communities should benefit from the overall project. we spoke a lot about data-driven decision making. So, talking about overall themes that are coming out. Definitely what was important for our group with both options of either with or without turbines was just ensuring that any decision that was made came from meaningful data analysis and using the best available science. Something that kind of surprised me that came out of this group that was something that was very important to most people was having a pilot project before the full project is implemented. And the benefit of having a pilot project is that, there is more data that can be collected about what kind of ecological impacts the project might have. It'll also give communities a better understanding of what it could be like to have a larger project. We spoke a little bit about the example of having view sheds interrupted, and so having a pilot project that is at the distance in the ocean that would be able to see what it would actually look like. And we talked about the importance of minimizing ecological impacts and everything that comes with that. One other thing, let's see if I can find it. With the future without offshore wind, we talked about the importance of meeting the goal of 1 to 3 gigawatts of renewable energy through other means of renewable energy forms. And we spoke about, different options that have already come up in the larger group. And yeah, I think that's the main thing. I definitely invite anyone else from our group to chime in if you'd like to.
Thanks, Eva. Anybody from Eva's team want to chime in? Eva, can you repeat what you thought was the surprise again?
The surprise was, to me, that I was surprised at the importance of doing a pilot project before implementing the full scale offshore wind, and just the benefits that would come out of a pilot project would be both an opportunity to collect more data on the impacts, as well as giving community members a time to see what it would actually be like to have this project offshore.
Great. Thank you. All right. Cynthia, where's Cynthia? Hey, there you are. What'd your team come up with? Yeah, we got Cynthia and then Jeff, I'm going to give you final word.
Well, Joe was our designated first person. He summarized a bit of
Perfect.
what we had, but I'm gonna bring it to Karina, right? And she'll probably summarize more of the roadmap part of it.
Yeah, that's great.
I'll just say one thing. My surprise was how difficult both groups that I worked with had to really think about no wind. And it was much easier to put comments and stuff on the yes wind part. So I just found, I mean, that's a very simple, doesn't really drill to anything in particular, but how much more we had to think about if we didn't have wind.
Yeah, you noticed, huh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So I think some of the highlights are similar to some of the things that you've heard already. So I won't go on too long, but Mike said, how much we're, kind of the vision for what the future should be was actually similar with and without wind. So there was something there. We also were not very good at following instructions, unlike the high school students. So that was another just
lots of lessons today.
Lots of lessons there. The kids did better. Maybe I'll start with the no wind, since that was where we had a little bit less, and maybe it's a little different. We wanted to, if we arrived at no wind, to make sure sort of the trade-offs had been thoroughly evaluated, that it wasn't that we didn't leap into that without due consideration. And that we would be able to have, renewable energy and protect wildlife and fishes into the future if we use a different solution to get there that didn't involve wind. that grid and transmission systems would be improved and upgraded for resilient coastal energy regardless, like that was a desired outcome also. And that we were able to make these decisions before any resources might have been sacrificed. So I think that's sort of like on the no win side are the things that we came up with. On the yes win side, what was a highlight? We emphasized long-term environmental monitoring and having that be independent. I think that was kind of a novel piece of it, that it not be necessarily industry dependent, or that we pulled out conflicts of interest in some way. Another highlight of the S-Wind was thinking about the pilot approach came up also. Thinking about adaptive management, and if we do that, we really need long-term data collection and monitoring. Like that's going to be really essential. And the importance of a decommissioning plan, and possibly a plan for using the electrons produced, not necessarily for generating electricity, but maybe there are other, like imagining there might be other uses like hydrogen, et cetera. So that kind of came up. And that if it's yes, that there are opportunities for co-ownership, co-management, and profit revenue sharing. Those were three sort of big ideas that emerged. And I think those are kind of the big ideas. Surprises. I'm trying to think what else I was surprised by. I think I was surprised that it was hard to do the no-win scenario. Anyone else from our group? Did I miss any important?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice job, Karina. Thanks. Jeff, where's your team at?
The team's back here. I'd invite any of you if you want to summarize the conversations that we had. I'm trying to remember which team I had at the second. I've got like a goldfish memory right now. But if anyone wants to talk, otherwise I'm happy to summarize what I recall. All right. And I'm going to use notes for that too, because again, goldfish.
Here, you want me to hold it for you, Jeff?
Yeah, I'll just like throw them on the floor and look at them.
Okay,
That's about where I'm at right now.
Get yourself out there in the camera.
Yeah,
perfect.
Yeah, we'll do. All right, stand by.
Do you want the other one?
I do.
Okay. Hey, welcome.
Okay. I think that common to both the yes wind and the no wind was that people were well informed under either scenario, that we had real information, that people understood the trade-offs in either case, which I've heard reflected here as well. You know, I was writing down some quotes for some of these. So like one quote that I read under the yes wind future was that this doesn't happen without sacrifice, but that people participate in the terms of that sacrifice, which I thought was an interesting point that I hadn't heard. I also heard we don't want adaptive management to be seat of our pants management, that there needs to be a lot of forethought. And that similarly, one of the hallmarks of we have offshore wind and we don't regret it is that we have the option for exit ramps that occur after construction, meaning after the state gets our bite of the apple, can we have a say after that time through some mechanism that if things are happening that aren't going the way we want them to happen, that there's a way to unwind that. The idea of local or co-ownership, co-management also came up under that future. That we have a plan for disasters and all of that goes in. And then a lot of the same themes that we've heard elsewhere about the benefits to communities, and that we've clearly thought through and understand the effects to environments and species. Under the no wind future, similarly to other groups, there was immediately a discussion of, well, we understand the power is going to come from somewhere. So our group talked about nuclear power. Our group talked about that we would need to have in place a plan to pursue whatever that alternative is to wind, that there be something else waiting in the wings that we're working on, and that we get there through conversation. And that we know all of the impacted communities and this was common both to having a future with wind and without it, that there would be communities that are affected either way, and that we should be working early to identify who those people might be. When we got into the path, the roadmap, we only got so far as talking about the if there's wind. And what I found most interesting was that we got really jammed up right at the beginning, where we were saying, here are all the things that we need before we even pick a site. You know, that there was an unwinding from even the place we are today to say, you know, if we had only gone through this identification process a different way from the beginning, to either identify the off limits places or the maybe places, and that if the state had led some sort of spatial planning in federal waters, that maybe we could have identified this place might be okay if you answer X, Y, and Z, and if you have these types of conversations, that there could have been just a different framing on the conversation there. Also talking about engaging communities early in discussions of benefits and needs, as well as starting the question early on about what studies need to be in place before you get to the construction and operations plan or the EIS, that people know very early in the process what those questions are to be answered. Trying to think if there's anything else that really comes out. What did I miss? People who were in the group with me. What did I miss?
Anything else from Jeff's team? Well done. And Jeff, you know why you got it? Because you did like the three little dance moves there at the end. I think that was pretty cool. I know. Next time we're gonna come up with a soundtrack for you for the next one. Now, thank you all for those report outs. It was great. And so Jeff, the thinking, don't go too far away from that mic. But I think for next steps, this is an example of where we kind of just dumped a whole bunch of stuff into the top end of a funnel, right? And so the DLCD team and Oregon Consensus team will take all of these notes together and try and synthesize them together into the component parts of a vision, not to the bottom of the funnel with like a singular vision statement. That's where you guys need to help out a little bit more, but like get the component parts into like, okay, I see what we just put together, right, Jeff?
Yeah. Do any of you remember the internet from like 1995, where you'd try to download a picture and it would start with like 6 squares, and then a minute later there would be 12 squares, and then there'd be 36 squares?
Oh yeah,
going to be like the 6 square version of.
That's it. And this is going to be one of those processes where we're going to be mixing all sorts of metaphors too. So we'll get that part too. Yeah, Natalia, and then I do want to start moving us to kind of closing and wrap up. Where's my second mic?
Yeah, it just remind me, we also briefly touch about connection to energy strategy development. This is even if yes or no scenario, cost benefit analysis. If it's yes, no, we should consider different type of renewable energy. So, and that's maybe this summary would be helpful for energy development strategy, because Department of Energy will start form working group in January, also based on different scenarios they are modeling. What kind of policies should be in the energy strategy development? So that connection could be useful as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Just briefly to that point, we do include in the outline draft an interconnection with that state energy strategy. I have been talking to Oregon Department of Energy about that. I'm considering seeing if we can get them into one of these meetings to talk about that together. But that probably wouldn't be till January or beyond.
But it sounds like, Jeff, that one's just come up so often, just being able to have those clear touch points between Odo and here just makes sense. Promise? All right.
I'm just wondering, the roadmap that we developed didn't have any prompts, and I'm just wondering if anybody else actually put the word permitting on their roadmap, because none of our roadmaps had that, and that's typically the primary intersection point for any kind of dialogue about these things.
There's two ways to answer that question. One is we'll look at it all and tell you, or just run real quick and put a post-it on yours that says permitting. But we'll make sure. Either way, like this isn't the only bite, right? So we'll get it written down, and if it doesn't say the actual word permitting, then we'll find a different way to write down that permit. Well, I guess it was implied that permitting and decision making along each of those was there, but fair enough. All right, gang, we're starting to move into a rabbit hole. I didn't want to get us down, but let's go ahead and the last two here, and then I want to try and close this out.
That mic is not on.
Oh yeah, hit the button. There you go. Yeah, there you go, Jason.
To your point around permitting, I think, we touched on it a little bit, but it had mostly to do with the observation that the concerns and the hard work and the dialogue and the information gathering, et cetera, that should be happening. Folks want to have it at the beginning of the process, but the BOEM process really holds the really heavy issues to the very end of the process and the approval of the COP, construction operation plan. Which by then, I think people just generally feel that the cake's been baked and that their input is irrelevant. And that's structural to OXLA, Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act, and BOEM's regulations. So it may be the reality that we have to deal with, or the Trump administration fundamentally rewrites the thing and we have a different situation moving forward.
Yeah, thanks for articulating that, Jason. I heard a lot of that, right? There was that energy at the beginning where a lot of teams were.
Yeah, I just wanted to circle back on some observations that Karina made about our group. We had a hard time kind of figuring out the no-win scenario. And I think part of the reason for that, at least for me, is because in the no-win scenario, it seems that we don't necessarily have a clear idea of like who would be funding renewable energy and the grid infrastructure and all the like upgrades that need to happen. Whereas with the win scenario, we're conceptually thinking about some big developer and investors investing a lot of money into making those things happen and to build offshore wind. But in the no win scenario, like where would the funding come from? Where would the initiatives come from for other forms of renewable energy and resilience? And so that's just something I'm mulling over, and I'm not really sure. That would have to be considered in the exit ramp, I think.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Appreciate that. So Trevor, if you don't mind just kind of pulling up the slide for the next meeting. Is there anybody here in person that's interested in public comment? No? I think you're thinking about it. You're welcome to if you'd like. Okay. And then if you are interested in public comment online, if you wouldn't mind just chatting Trevor or Andy, that would be great. I'm going to go through a couple of closing items and then I'll cycle back for public comment. Did folks get a chance to look at their calendars? Is there a fatal flaw in December 19th rather than December 18th for our next meeting? Okay, we're going to book December 19th from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. in Coos Bay. Location to be determined. We'll find our venue. The other dates, just January 9th, February 20th, March 31st, April 15th, May 15th, and June 18th. So again, plan for like 9 to 5-ish on all of those dates. If we need to move some virtual, we will. But if you all could join me in just giving a giant round of applause and thanks to our friends from CT Clusi. Teresa, I don't know if Heather and Aaron and the entire team that took such good care of us, they can hear us now, but please pass on our deep thanks. This was just perfect. So thank you. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so in terms of these locales, our intent is to move them around. If you're thinking of venues that you have or friends that you know, what happened here today is exactly what we hope to happen in our other venues, right? The technology worked, the food worked, the in-person worked. For us as a facilitation team, it has not been easier to drop into a locale like this with as little preparation as we were able to put together and have it go this well. So thank you again. And so hopefully we'll be able to pull something off like that again. Any kind of, we like to just check for kind of pluses and deltas. Any kind of things that we did today in the in-person and hybrid format that you want to make sure we repeat in future meetings? Let me get you a mic, John.
Hi. I just want to compliment you, number one, on inviting and having the students here.
That's all Teresa's work too.
I hope this can continue, and I hope that the students' work, I was really impressed by what they put out. I hope that their work can be fully incorporated into the road mapping planning that's going on.
I got partial permission to do that from them, and I'm sure that will happen. And then the invite was extended to find ways to continue engaging with that class. And anywhere we go on the coast, if you have suggestions for classes or groups of youth, we'd love to do that. Thank you. Any other pluses or deltas? If you're online, feel free to raise your hands.
I got one.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Ramfis, and then we'll go to Bill and Julia.
I might regret saying this, but I think maybe a delta would be just incorporating some more unstructured time for each of us to get to know one another. I think building rapport through activity is one thing, but I think I also noticed like folks building rapport through lunchtime. So just recognizing that. I might regret it next meeting if there's too much unstructured time, but just want to know trust, relationship building. When we provide comments, we're always trying to figure out where are we coming from, what are our motivations, but it's different when we're breaking bread and getting to know one another. So just wanted to know that.
Thanks, Ramfis. Yeah, Sophia noticed that at lunchtime, and so like, let's make sure we leave a little bit extra time. Bill.
Yeah, I just want to compliment you guys on doing a really, really good hybrid with incorporating those of us that are sitting at our offices at home and still being able to feel like you're part of the group. So you did an outstanding job, especially with the weather that y'all are having there and we're having up and down the coast here. It's outstanding. Good job.
Great, thank you. Julia?
Well, what I was going to say is very similar to what other folks have said, but it's like my intention was very much to be in person. And I think that for what Ramfis was talking about, it's like I'm just not going to get the like one-on-one conversation with that person I never get to see and just talk about things, just be human with you and break bread. But I really appreciate the very swift pivot that that email that Jeff sent out, really giving permission to folks who weren't able to get down early and were really uncomfortable with the risk because of the weather. I felt like, you really gave people permission to do what they felt was safest for them and still provide a really engaging, hybrid option. I will always have the intention of being in person, always, always, always for these, but I just want to say I really appreciated that pivot, that I really felt like you all really valued what was best for the participants over risking life and limb to be there in person, and I really appreciate that. And we've proven through this this meeting that making it hybrid and still really engaging is something you're able to do, and I really appreciate that. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks a bunch, Julia. Yep, we need you around for another 8 months for sure. All right, so I think the only other closing thing is we do have stipend funds available. So the deal we're offering Roundtable members is a $500 stipend to cover kind of the first half of meetings. So that's travel, lodging, per diem. We know that's not enough to cover everything for the whole first half. We apologize. We're trying to make our funds stretch as best we can. And then we have a second $500 for the second half of meeting. So if you've already let us know that's of interest to you, you should have gotten a form from Sophia and me to fill out. If you haven't let us know, come check with us and we'll do that and we'll get those checks processed as soon as we can. Yeah, Joe? Oh. No, you would have gotten a Google form. So Joe is asking what kind of form. You would have gotten a Google form via email from me. And the reporting is spend it well. All I need is your email. You do have to register as a vendor at Portland State, which means I'm going to hit you up for alumni donations. Like I get hit up, but no, I'm just kidding. There's no reporting on any of that. Andy, I'm gonna go to public comment before we close. Is that what you were gonna catch my attention for? All right, great. Lynn, we've got you. Oh, sorry, Delia. You have one more thing you wanted to add, and then I'm gonna go open public comment.
You just got it. I just wanted to acknowledge the need for public comment. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and again, about 1.5 minutes for public comment. Lynn, I'm going to come to you first. If you could just introduce yourself, and if you feel comfortable coming on camera, we'd love to see you. Otherwise, we're happy to listen.
Well, good afternoon. It was great being able to watch the entire enterprise today. And like so many of the people there, it was a community event. It was educational, and I felt like it was very productive. I do have 2 comments that I wanted to focus on. They surfaced out of 2 different points in the meeting, and I'll try to reference those as best I can. But the first point that I wanted to make was that within the conversation about the state-federal consistency process, and as that plays out, when BOEM receives a non-competitive, unsolicited bid to lease an Oregon WEA, how does this consistency effort unfold, if at all? The second point that I'm raising is, even though it appears within the statewide land use planning, as it applies to number 19, it seems that it fails to recognize and prioritize the potential for near-term significant disruption and damage to our local communities. And by near term, I'm talking about from day 1 of the project through 10 years. And certainly for an infrastructure project, 10 years is an abbreviated period. With that said, my question has to do with, will the roadmap process account for this oversight and provide for risk reduction and mitigation for near-term harm to our impacted local communities? I want to thank you for the opportunity to present those. If there's any additional questions, go ahead and bring them up. Otherwise, I'll just go back on my silent mode.
Lynn, we really appreciate that. For the questions that you're asking, we've got them recorded, and we'll cycle back with you after the meeting. So Andrew, really appreciate it. Andrew, we got you up next. We'd love to hear from you. Are you with us?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate everyone's work today. I'm just reviewing once again the authorizing legislation for this group and this process and DLCDs. As far as I can tell, they didn't implement the section that said that they were going to provide any rules for this process. So I guess I'm just wondering, because the registration link and the meeting packet and all of the other information provided on DLCD's website for these meetings did not explain that the public would have a very limited role. I do question that. Is that a decision made by this subcontractor Oregon consensus, or is that a DLCD decision? It would appear, based on my participation today, that I expected a greater ability to speak. In the breakout session, I basically was told I can't speak. And then, in your comments on the chat, I was told I can't speak. So you know, if really all it is we have these public comment periods during the course of the meetings, I would just ask that you make that clear, because it's misleading for the public. And granted, I'm probably the only one, spending the time to do this today. But it is kind of a fatal flaw in the process, in that you're not inviting the public in. And I appreciate, all the stakeholders and their engagement, but what is this? Is this, what are you doing here? And how are you inviting the public comment? And if all it is hey, we're going to come up with something and we'll invite your comment later, it would really be nice to know that later on. Just like, hey, just wait for what we come up with. We really don't want to hear from you right now, and because that's kind of what I'm getting in response to this meeting today. So.
Andrew, thank you for those comments. And do we have Andrew and Lynn's emails so we can follow up a little bit? Because I think both Andrew and Lynn, you asked really good questions. We want to make sure we follow up. Andrew, in particular, as to some of the things that you raised relative to process, what it is, what it isn't, and what other opportunities there are for lots of people to engage. Jeff, I think that would just be a great conversation to have with Andrew if you're willing. Does that sound okay? Jeff is saying okay to that, Andrew, and Lynn, we'll cycle back with you on your question too. Anybody else that
I provided my email in the chat. So for anyone that wants to email me about it, it's ecolodge@gmail.com. Thanks.
Yeah, you bet, Andrew. Jeff will be in touch. Okay, anybody else kind of interested in public comment that we're missing? All right. Well, again, everybody, thank you so much. A third thanks to our hosts here at the Confederated Tribes. Everyone, I hope you have very safe drives home. Don't dally too long or dally a lot. Spend the night, enjoy your time here. Otherwise, safe travels home, and we'll see you on December 19th in Coos Bay. Look for a follow-up email from us for making sure your roster information is up to date and correct, including your affiliation. You'll see a line edit change to the charter, and you may see a quick survey for some feedback on potential work groups in advance of the 19th. All right, take care, everybody. Bye. Thanks, online folks. Have a good day.
Thank you.